fever and just
Fine, okay.
like a bad cold. That's all it was for me.
Okay. Do you think the distance
It doesn't sound like
hut
you
to
did.
Albert?
Well, I'm talking about a bag of
Or would
hammers.
you look into it up closer to the?
Don't get me on a mess for your day.
Yep.
I don't think that's the reason, though.
That's cool. That's a great idea. Yeah, for sure.
No, this is.
Sarah? Thanks, you have it. That's something.
I got
Do you have an extra?
Oh, yeah.
We got an extra one.
I have 40 in my car.
You need a pen?
Yeah, if you have an extra.
Yeah,
I must have just had it in my car and I walked in and forgot it. Thank you, sir. This is a nice one, too. You know what they say about nurses? They don't get pens.
Well,
Especially clicky pens.
my best friend is on Dallas and bought his mom and dad's house on the school street. His dad is Dr. Dow.
Yeah.
Dr. John Dow.
Brent's still up?
And he's cleaning out file cabinets. There's a file cabinet with one drawer filled with pens. Every one of them different, all sample pens.
Oh.
And
He's subbing, right?
What's that?
Isn't he subbing?
Yeah.
I see him every day.
And he's taking EMT classes.
He is?
He retired from teaching. He's taking EMT classes and subbing.
Good for him.
Yeah.
It's just a new next chapter.
Yeah.
I love it. That's cool.
Yeah, but that's not quite the segue. You know, from teaching
Once
to
you
that.
retire and just settle in
And I say, well, you know, my dad was a doctor. Well, my dad was a butcher, but that doesn't mean I cut beef. You know.
on the there's a really funny movie. Oh, Step Brothers. Have you ever seen Step Brothers? Will Ferrell. He's like, I'm in the family business. He's like, your dad's a physician. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be one. He's like, he's not a doctor. It's like, you can't just be that thing.
I changed my mind, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I see that, and I'm glad that democracy is alive and well in this
I'm
town.
going to do my best to keep myself under control, or I'll leave.
I think we'll, well, never mind.
No, you haven't?
All right, when you're ready, Eric, we'll get going now.
Thank you, sir.
Do we expect Ron for
No, he's
No.
fully for.
Okay.
He said he was going to try to call in, but
Yeah, I tried calling Brent too. I didn't know if he was going to make this one or
he's
not.
not going to.
Well, I didn't try calling him. I just sent him a text.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody, to the Tuesday, October 18th Pittsfield Town Council meeting. I'd like to start the meeting and invite everybody to join me to stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. So I'll ask for just a moment of silence, please. All right, thank you all very much. Let's move on, please. Number 2, the adoption of minutes of the regular meeting held on October 4th, 2022. I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
Make a motion to adopt the meeting minutes held on October 4th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions or comments, council? Everything looks all right? Very well. Hearing none, since we're ready to vote, all those in favor of adopting the minutes as read and written on the regular meeting held on October 4th, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The adoption of the minutes has passed. We'll move on to presentations, congratulations, and introductions. On Part A, that is a discussion requested by Councilor Hall for the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation. That has been tabled to the November 1st meeting. So we will move into B, Community Economic Development Activities and Events. Catherine, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you. Under Community and Economic Development Activities and Events, we have a number of items that are taking place. On number A, Planning Initiative Program Update. This is the RFP, request for proposals, that was approved by the Town Council to go out to planning process. And so that has been sent out to a number of interested engineers. We got a consultant list of individuals who are eligible to bid on a planning project which is funded with federal and state money for a main DOT project. And so quickly, this is the project in which we've received the grant, and we'll have assistance from the state in doing a planning review of the downtown area, which is scoped to include North Main Street up to the back entrance of the industrial park, the area down by Manson Park, including Manson Park, and the area along Central Street from Main Street to Somerset Avenue, including Hawthorne Park. So this is a great project, and there's a lot of interest. And so we will continue to send out copies of the RFP. We did send out to the master list for engineers in the state of Maine and New Hampshire. We didn't go beyond to Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and New York that were on the list. The second item that I'll mention is the Northern Regional Border Commission meeting that took place the first week of October. We had an inspection and a meeting for the Northern Border Regional Commission group to learn more about our project and look at our past project, which was the sewer line being built along Madawaska Avenue so that the former SAS plant could be developed fully. And so that was a very successful project. We took a tour of the downtown, went and had a couple of meetings regarding the project. I was assisted by our engineer, Chip Haskell from Haley Ward, and the legislative and congressional delegation. So I was very pleased, as I know the council wanted to have meetings in the evenings so they could attend. However, the Northern Border Regional Commission group wanted to do this during the day because they were going to another site, and so it needed to match up. So we were very fortunate. They were extremely complimentary on the project. They brought in some comments from the DECD commissioner, who said that it was great that we were looking at this all together. And I received a very complimentary email that thanked us for the visit and indicating they were really happy with this project. And so what this does is first gets us on the radar for future monies, and also will help us if we need an extension because of the planning initiative project moving things back. So this was very helpful, and they were just positive and productive about our project. So thank you. Those are the two items I have. I did want to note under H that the presentation for certificates and a gift to Harold Pete Bittmore, who is retired after 5 years with the town, is being rescheduled to the next meeting. We're hoping he can come in person. He wasn't able to go out of the home for this meeting. But if not, we will take care of the presentation at the next meeting, and he'll be on Zoom or he'll be here in person. Thank you.
All right, Catherine, thank you. Let's move on to public hearings. There are none. We'll move on to number 5, reports. Excuse me, folks. Council committees. Let's start with Finance Committee.
We have
No meeting. Very well. Ordinance Committee. Haven't met. Very well. Recycling Committee.
And the Recycling Committee will start up in January of 2023.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to B, the board committee updates. Anything from the planning board?
No, they have not met.
Any other updates for B, Catherine?
No, thank you.
Very well. Let's move on to C, the town manager's report, please.
All right, very good. I will be very brief. During the budget process, the town manager's reports are supposed to be really short, which you can see our report was really short. So our priorities for the last 2 weeks since the last council meeting was, of course, to prepare the budget, but also the property taxes are due in mid-October, and to deal with and help people with the early voting for the November election. It seems like from the number of people that have been in that we've already voted, but that was just several hundred people. And so everybody is taking the opportunity to do the early voting and not stand in line, because this will be a live election. We also have a number of new citizens moving into town. I'm going to try to figure out how to track that in the paperwork that we file on motor vehicles. So we'll be looking at that as a side project and working on all of the grant reporting. The grant paperwork from the federal government is all set up on October through September filing period. A copy of the budget calendar listing the meeting schedule for budget workshops as well as budget documents is posted on the town's website in 3 locations so that we can try to make sure that people see it. Number 3 is request for proposals for consultant services. We didn't receive any proposals on the comprehensive plan update, and we utilized the same RFP that we had before, just updated a bit of information. So the RFP was distributed to a list. There aren't many planning consultants in the state. We also sent it to KB Cog. And so I did hear from KB Cog, and they would like to bid on it, so I'm going to reissue it again. I was going to reissue it again anyway, but it's good to know that they just needed more time. It was very busy, people were off on vacation. Number 4 is the request for proposals for document scanning and record management system. So I met with 2 companies yesterday. I started one canceled my visit for Wednesday, and we heard from several others. And so this is a project in which we'll be able to have our documents scanned, and some will be destroyed and some will be kept. And we'll also be able to have everything scanned into a record management system. So this is a project that will likely take several years due to the cost. The funds have not been approved in the past because it just was not a priority versus the other items that needed to be done at those times. So the RFP does indicate it will be a multi-year project, and I learned a lot during the meetings. This is a very interesting area. The deadline for proposals is October 20th. 5 is the request for proposals for a town-wide reappraisal. The RFP's deadline is coming right up on October 21st. There's been very little activity on this, but there aren't a lot of assessing or companies in the state of Maine. So all these RFPs are posted online. It is possible that somebody didn't contact the town and ask questions and they have it and they're moving forward. Number 6 is open positions recruitment. And so we have 5 positions that are available. We feel that one will be taken care of shortly. We've already had an offer made for a public works driver, equipment operator, a really great candidate. And a second offer has been made, and we are to know shortly if that will be accepted. We did have a new one, which is the recycling attendant that showed up since the last meeting. And that has happened several times during the year. Partially, this is because of the pay for that position, so I tried to address that in this budget. Number 7 are our grant applications. We have a number of them out, and we'll be doing more airport grant reimbursements as well as our wellhead protection grant reimbursement. The propane generator system at the water treatment plant has been completed. It's all set up. So it's really good to have a generator. It's not a portable one that we have to go search for and beg for, to actually have one there at the power plant at the water treatment facility. And the power never went out, but it does go out now due to issues with the line. So in the age of the system, so it is good to have that. 8 is public works updates. 2022 paving program. So the binder code for the country roads is required to be applied by October 31st. And so I know Donnie has been told that they will have the work done by that time. We did get yesterday a listing of the different roads that would be reclaimed in the country. And the reclaiming was to have started today, however, the weather was very poor. So with the figures that they came up with, it looks very good that we'll be able to finish the work that we had planned to do. Now, in the response or email that I got, they indicated that they would finish up the paving work for the binder in the next few weeks, next several weeks. It was mentioned, so we don't have several weeks, we have 2 weeks. So Donnie and I had talked about a letter that would go to the company. So the letter went to the company and all of the individuals that were involved in the process from day one. And so we've asked for a response and an action plan. So we'll see what takes place there. I understand they are correct that you can apply the binder at a lower degrees, and do it till November 15th, but we really would like to have the roads done by October 31st. Number 9 is code enforcement status. Al Tempesco is now our code enforcement officer. Mr. Gagan no longer works for the town. The town had been working with the state of Maine regarding the code enforcement officer program. Al has agreed to come to the town while a decision is made on whether we will have a full-time code enforcement officer or not, and so he will stay during the recruitment process and help us out as much as possible. We didn't want to engage him earlier, but we would have if we had to, or we were able to, but we did need to go through a process. Al has 5 other towns, and they're very busy during the summer, so things are slowing down. So he feels that he can handle the town, and he will be working on code enforcement here, so that's really good. So the code enforcement paperwork that I would have presented for this meeting will be presented for the next meeting, or actually sent out in the interim with a status report, because we're going to go down through all the projects that we have and some new ones that we've discovered. And we'll do that on Friday, because he'll be coming in for regular Friday afternoons. And number 10, we were going to talk about the purchasing requirements. So if you wanted to do that, we could do that now.
No questions on that?
I had a question on, I noticed that there's no HR/assistant town manager on this vacancy list anymore.
So we've never had an assistant town manager's job since 2002, when I walked in the door and
Well, Kath-
I would be the assistant. But we did put an HR manager type job together. Remember, I'm advertising them all as a financial clerk because it's easier to get people in the door and train them with the pay that we have than it is to advertise like different positions. We didn't get applicants for that position, but we did get a stack of applicants that we did go through when we used Indeed. I actually measured it. We had a pile of applicants since day one when we used Indeed, and then we went off for a while, we went back. It was 11 inches high of all of the paperwork that we got. We did a lot of interviews, but the people that we got were just not qualified for the positions. But when you advertise for the financial clerk, based upon the amount of money that was available in the month on the card, that brought in people. Which may have brought in somebody, but hasn't so far.
Does that help?
Sure.
Sure. So rather than advertising 2, I advertise 1, and then we try to find somebody and bring them up with promotional opportunities and everything. Thank you.
So, question for you on the police chief position. Applications due this week. You've got 4 in already. I know we have 2 councils that have graciously volunteered their time to work on a search committee for that. When will we have the availability, they can start reviewing and start that process?
All right, so the schedule we put together was based upon what went on last time. It doesn't look like we're going to have, 40-something applications that we have to weed through. It looks like we'll have a few, so I think we can start right off. I did want to put together the regular process, and I think we can cut out some steps and everything. If we only have 4 applicants and they all look reason that they've got some background, there's no reason why we have to rate the applications. That's something that you would do when you had 40 applications to weed through them. So I think we can discard some steps and move right along. So I would contact whoever's going to be on the committee and get a date set up.
That would be Council Holmstrom and Council Saucier. Is that correct?
Nope.
Or Council Hall? Okay.
All right, so what I will do is, once the applications come in on October 20th, we'll make up packages, and then we'll set a date for a meeting.
Yeah, let's, if we can get it to them sooner than later, so they have some time to do a review.
Oh, that's fine.
Because if they have time to do a review before we get to the meeting, that way we can make it a little bit more efficient, if that'd be all right, agreeable to you too. All right, thank you very much, I appreciate you stepping up.
And we
It's a
have
very
had one
important process.
candidate indicate that they're going on a cruise and they don't want to miss, like if they were lucky enough to have an appointment. So we do have some availability to start early because the person's going away in November. So this may all work out good.
Going on a love boat. All right, so you're all set, Catherine, with your reports?
Yep, I'm all set.
All right.
I just
thank
have
you,
one quick question, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Under the RFP number 3 for the consultant services, I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4. Are you able to share with us the companies that have submitted, or is that something we do on the side? Like, how do we?
You're talking number 3 for the
4.
consultant?
I meant to say 4.
Okay, for the
Sorry.
document scanning?
Yeah. Can we know the names of those now, or do you need to wait and?
Let's wait and see who actually submits proposals, because there could be others out there too who aren't going to tour the facilities, and just make a bid.
Right.
So they'd be on the list. And then the one that canceled the meeting may make a proposal too.
And did we target any specific companies when we sent that out?
We sent it out to anyone's name that we could find. There was no list for the state of Maine.
Okay.
And I thought that there was a company in Bangor, but I kept researching and didn't come up with them. And they didn't submit a proposal
Okay.
or even call.
Okay.
But again, all these RFPs are online, so somebody could be submitting and looking at it and we don't know.
And when you say they're online, I mean that is to say they're posted to our website.
Correct.
But unless someone knew it was there, they would have no reason to go look for it, right? I mean, it
That's
doesn't
correct.
so unless we're doing targeted RFP solicitations, I don't know how we will get viable.
So
Yeah, and I mean, I know what you're saying. You found some, but
So we put every RFP has to go into the newspaper, and so these companies scan this. This is how they find things.
some.
They'll look at the newspaper.
Yeah, some,
We'll see.
but it depends on what. Is it online publications or are they all in print? Because I don't know. Do you know when they get to the newspaper? Is it the online publication of the newspaper,
Yes, yes.
or is it like the physical
When
print?
we get an ad, it's in the written and online.
And it's
It's
certain
online for
papers.
30 days, and it's in writing for 1 day.
Okay, but that's for certain papers, or do we have a multitude that we sent this out to? Like, I don't know how to tell. Like, where was it advertised? Is basically my
We
question.
use the Bangor Daily News.
Always okay. Just checking.
If it's something really big, we might use another ad, and then if it's something that we need to get on the state, we go through the Portland Press.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
what were the other 2 towns that go through this process?
Yes, Freeport is going through this process, and Kennebunk.
Oh.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that'll be interesting. I could call
So
them.
have you talked to them yet?
No, I just found this out yesterday.
So I'm wondering who they're using. They may have another company that we haven't even thought of.
They're both using one of these companies that
Oh,
came
that-
up
that
because
already
they
came up,
were
okay.
throwing up, the
Oh,
names
gotcha.
and saying that this project's like this project.
Oh,
And,
okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Council? All right, very good. Thank you, Catherine. Old business, there is none. So let's move on to new business. Before we get into that, we do have 5 ordinances. These are all to set to public hearing. One is for November 1st, and the others are budget items for December 6th. So we can move along that. Just for clarification, there won't be votes tonight on that, or the content or discussion of such, just to do the public vote, public hearing. So I want to make sure everyone's clear on that. So let's go ahead and start out with the ordinance 22-10, please, Catherine.
Ordinance 22-10, to be set to public hearing on November 1st, 2022, that the town council hereby ordains that Chapter 2B, General Assistance Ordinance and Appendices A through I, be rescinded and the new Chapter 2B General Assistance Ordinance be adopted, and further that appendices A through I be adopted to reflect the revised maximums for the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023.
Look for a motion, council, please.
I make a motion that we set the public hearing ordinance 22-10 on 11/1/22.
Second.
Move to second. Thank you, gentlemen. So we have quite a lot of detailed information in the package. The numbers that we would consider and discuss if need be at the next meeting. These are numbers that will be used to determine the new maximums as stated. So any questions from anyone in the audience? Questions or comments? Very well. Anyone online wishes to speak? Very well. I will close to public comment. Councilors, any questions or comments about this? There's a lot of information we got to look at and review for the next meeting. A significant amount of pages and pages of numbers.
I did put just the appendices in the council package and then placed in the entire GA ordinance, which is huge, in a PDF so it wouldn't clutter up the package.
I do have a question.
Yes.
But only because I've never voted on, like, I've never dealt with this before,
Yeah,
with
sure.
general assistance ordinance. So this is done by a different governing body. This is put out, and all these maximums and everything are all set. And they said it looks like they do this annually every year. So other than Somerset County, our vote for this would mean what exactly? Like,
It will mean that these are the maximums that and the amounts that if people are eligible, they can receive for general assistance. So even if we didn't vote it through, we have to use it.
I was just going to
It's a
say,
mandate.
okay, just making sure, because I'm like, how would our vote matter in Bangor, what they use for a maximum number of household? Like, that didn't seem like it
Yeah,
pertained
each
to
town
us,
and
so,
city
okay.
has to vote
That's
on it.
good, thank you.
Anything else, council? Very well. Hearing none. Since we're ready to vote, all those in favor of setting ordinance 22-10 for public hearing on 11/1/2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-10 will be set public hearing on November 1st, 2022. So let's move on to ordinance 22-11, please, Catherine.
Ordinance 22-11 to be set to public hearing December 6, 2022. The town of Pittsfield hereby orders the 2023 capital budget be approved as follows. Town offices / computers, $10,000. Town offices / digitization, $50,000. Municipal building debt / reserve, $5,000. Police / computer server, $15,000. Police / station reserve, $5,000. Transfer / transporter cans, $30,000. Parks and recreation / lights and fencing, $15,000. Library / reserve, $5,000. Highway / storage tank, $10,000. Fire rescue 1, $35,000. Fire / station reserve, $5,000. Public works / garage roof and repairs, $10,000. Public works / garage reserve, $5,000. Total projects and reserves from taxation, $200,000. Total projects reserves on the CIP, $3,555,000. Funding breakdown: funding by loan paving, $1 million. Funding by loan bridge culvert, $70,000. Funding by loan road rebuilding, $700,000. Funding by loan bonding, $500,000. Funding by lease purchase, $180,000. Funding by reserves, $75,000. Funding by grants, $780,000. Funding by other resources, $50,000. Total to be raised by taxation, $200,000.
I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
Make a motion that we set ordinance 22-11 to public hearing on 12/6/2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded, thank you, gentlemen. So this is the capital budget additions above and beyond what our normal budget cycle will include and discuss. So there are some details on that that will be discussed between now and then. As I said, this is to set the public hearing. So what I will do is open to public comment. Anyone in the audience wishes to make a comment on ordinance 22-11? Anyone online wishes to make a comment on ordinance 22-11? Very well, I will close to public comment. Council, I will open to questions or comments from any councilor. Yes, Council Hall.
I just had one on sheet 2 of our package. It says that the revenues are 200,000, or reserves are 200,000. But then in the actual resolution, it's 152,480. Why are those different numbers?
All right.
The line items aren't even the same, really.
As
What
you
are
went
you
down through
referring
the
to?
line items.
Huh?
Well,
The
Right.
detail, the backup that you provided in the package.
All right, so the backup,
total projects, 152,480, not 200.
oh, it looks like
And
it
they're
didn't save.
different altogether.
That
Yeah,
would
it looks like it didn't save. All right, so the document that's listed on the agenda is correct. I actually copied it off this document, and evidently it didn't save when I reprinted it. So the projects that are listed here are the projects that are in the capital budget under the designation that will go through this evening under 5 and 6 in
So
the
the-
budget book.
So the correct numbers are on page 33? Is that correct?
No, right?
So the correct numbers are on the agenda.
On page 2,
Yeah,
not on page 33.
correct.
Okay, so the numbers, bottom line number we're talking about is the $200,000 figure, not the 152,480.
Right, but yeah.
Do you see what we're talking about, Catherine?
Yes, and it
Okay.
looks like the whole document, the other items,
Because the information is also different, like the.
yeah, the agenda is
Exactly.
correct, and the agenda matches up to the budget books and everything. But the agenda sheet has the 2022 figures for some reason.
So the backup in the package, page 33, that we have marked, those are the incorrect numbers, 152,480.
Yeah.
The numbers we're talking about are on the page 2, which is the $200,000 figure that we're talking about.
Yeah, the agenda is fine. It looks like the document that was placed in the council package has the 2022 figures.
Although I like the 152 better.
Well, it may be 152 by the time you're done, or 100,000.
Because this one on page 33 has like police cruiser. That's not this year's. That's last year's.
Yes, it's
Okay,
last
gotcha.
year's.
Yeah, so we can take that pen I want here and do this. Actually,
It's in the computer, but I will
do
try
it
and-
twice. Yeah, do it on the screen, that's a white out. Any other questions or comments, council? Are we clear with that? Everyone's all set with it? We're talking about page 2 numbers, the ones that were read by Catherine. All right. Hearing none, I sense a ready to vote. All those in favor of setting ordinance 22-11 to public hearing on December 6, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-11 will be set to public hearing on December 6, 2022. And for the record, it is the $200,000 figure as noted on sheet 2 of the agenda. So let's move on to ordinance 22-12, please, Catherine.
Ordinance 22-12 to be set to public hearing 12/6/2022. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains the 2023 operating budget in the amount of $4,745,033 be approved, and the total sum of $8,300,033 be appropriated, which is the operating plus capital budget. And further that, $2,186,648 be raised through taxation, that $1,586,592 be raised from estimated revenues, that $821,793 be appropriated from state revenue sharing, that $180,000 be appropriated from lease purchase, that $2,270,000 be appropriated from loans, bonds, that $75,000 be taken from reserve funds, that $780,000 be appropriated from grants, that $50,000 be appropriated from other revenue resources, and that an additional sum of $350,000 be taken from undesignated fund balance.
So before I look for a motion, just a quick note. There was a typo on the ordinance 22-12. That should actually hereby ordain that the 2023 operating budget. You have 2022.
Yes, and I read 2023.
That's
so
correct.
I'll fix that.
So with that one correction, now look for a motion to council, please.
Make a motion that we adopt ordinance, we set ordinance 2212 to public hearing on 12/6/2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. So I will look for comments from anyone in the audience, anyone online who wishes to speak on or about ordinance 22-12.
Aye.
I'm going online here.
Yeah.
All right, very well. We'll move to the audience. Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Doc, please. For the record, what I do, just announce your name and where you're from.
Dr. Howard Mogolsky, Pittsfield. Just a question on the numbers overall. How do these compare with the 2022 numbers?
The numbers are higher, but we have more revenues. So the municipal budget, which if you stay for the budget hearing, the budget discussions later on, you'll see that we have more revenue available. So we're actually starting out from a good point. So the numbers are higher, but there are more revenues. So expenses are higher, or projected to be higher, and revenues are projected to be much higher.
The revenues from state or from taxation?
Not from taxation, from state revenue sharing, from several other resources that we have, and overall revenues are improving.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishes to speak? Very well. Hearing none, I'll close the public comment. I will go to the council. Any council wishes to make a comment or a question about the ordinance 22-12? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of setting ordinance 22-12 to public hearing on December 6, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-12 will be set to public hearing on December 6, 2022. So with that, let's move on to ordinance 22-13. Please, Catherine.
Ordinance 22-13 to be set to public hearing December 6, 2022. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains that the 2023 water and sewer enterprise fund budgets in the respective amounts of $613,824 and $501,350 be appropriated from the respective estimated departmental revenues.
So with that, I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
Make a motion to set ordinance 22-13 to public hearing on 12/6/2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. So I shall open to public comment. Anyone online wishes to speak on or about ordinance 22-13? Very well. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on or about ordinance 22-13? Yes.
Michael Lynch, Phillips Corner Road. I'm very ignorant to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. So is that the actual department? Or are those monies that taxpayers kick in? Or the people that use the water and the sewer? Or where are these monies, how are they accounted for?
Yes, please, Catherine.
So the water and sewer are called enterprise funds because the expenses are supposed to equal the revenues and not have taxpayer dollars involved. So the water revenues will be listed in the budget for an amount, which they're listed in the budget for $613,824, and they're also listed in the expenses and the revenues. The sewer is listed in the revenues for $501,350 and also listed in the expenses for that too.
So I guess for clarification, when a report is sent to the PUC and we've lost $80,000 one year and $90,000 or $89,000, I have no internet connection down here. It's locked down, so I can't give you the exact numbers. Are those losses contributed or attributed to these numbers here?
No, and the loss was not that much.
That's what the website of the PUC says.
Yeah, for the water department, yes. For the sewer, no.
Okay, pardon me for being ignorant again. I'll hold my other questions till a little later. Thank you.
What's that? Anyone else in the audience have any questions or comments? Very well, I will close to public comment. I will look to the council. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments concerning ordinance 22-13? Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of setting ordinance 22-13 to public hearing on December 6, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-13 will be set to public hearing on December 6, 2022. So with that, let's move on to ordinance 22-14. Please, Catherine.
Ordinance 22-14 to be set to public hearing December 6, 2022. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains that the 2023 Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund capital budget in the amount of $7,434,737 be approved, and further that $7,044,737 be appropriated from loans, bonds, that zero be appropriated from state ARPA funds, that zero be appropriated from the town ARPA funds, that $20,000 be appropriated from grants, that $20,000 be appropriated from other revenues, that $150,000 be appropriated from the sewer projects reserve, and $200,000 be appropriated from the sewer and water restoration reserves.
With that, I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
I'll make a motion to set ordinance 22-14 to public hearing on 12/6/2022.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
Motion to second. Thank you, gentlemen. I will open to public comment. We'll start with anyone online that has any questions or comments concerning ordinance 22-14. Very well. Let's go to the audience. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments concerning ordinance 22-14? Yes, Doc.
In looking at this, just, from the numbers, are you proposing a $7 million loan to cover the budget here as far as projects?
I don't think anyone's proposing that. However, this is a figure for all of the different projects that we have applied for and what the cost would be if we approved all of them. We don't know which projects we're going to approve, so the best way to address this so that we're starting from the maximum amount, and then we'll reduce this based upon the votes of the town council.
Where did this number come from?
It came from the totals for all the projects that we have, that we would have loans, bonds for if we went forward with everything that we've applied for. You have approved some of these, and others we've applied for and not approved. There is no way we could do all of these, but at this point, I don't know which ones we would do.
Who have you applied them for?
So we first started, well, we've applied for a lot of them over the years, but the last batch, we applied for clean water funds for Main Street. And so we were fortunate that the $1,068,000 that we did not have to get a loan for that. We got maybe 498,000, almost 500,000 of ARPA funds, and the rest, I think 569,000 and some odd change will be paid for through a loan over a 20-year period. We also applied for the clean water for Birchwood Terrace, which we were fortunate to get, and you decided to go forward with that. We also applied for the clean water for Honeywell Avenue, which we were fortunate to get, and you approved it, so we are moving forward on that. We then sent in applications for the drinking water program. We had not been approved previously, the previous year, except for design funds, so 57 to 59,000. One for the Birchwood Terrace project, and one for the Library Street project. And if we didn't go forward, that was going to be a total grant and written off by the state of Maine. If we go forward, then the amount for Birchwood, 57,000, would be put into a loan to go forward with construction. So then we went in and approved for and applied for the construction monies this year, but we don't know if we would get approved. That was Birchwood Terrace, and then the second project they applied for, which is like a dream project, and it would be great for the town, but there's no way we can pay for it. That one's like 2.8 million for the for Honeywell to be rebuilt because the line is so small and doesn't service the Chimbrow facilities adequately at times, and there's problems with other locations along the line. But also to have the secondary route that would come from Peltoma Avenue across country to Honeywell, so that if anything happened in the downtown area like it did many years ago, we would have another route for the water if other lines had blown out. A variety of lines blew out over a period of time, and we were shut down for a while, so there would be a backup. So we applied for that, and the council's approved applying for those. But unless the grant money comes through, and you never know, we wouldn't be able to, sustain all of these. But I've listed them all, and then the council will make a choice on which ones they want to do.
So some of these have been applied for already, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they've all been applied for.
$7 million has been applied for, is
Yeah.
what you're saying?
You could apply for $100 million to do all these projects, but we've gotten to a point where these loans are going to start affecting the water rate, and we'll have to go back and get another water rate increase if we did all this. So it's unlikely you would do all of this, but everything is listed at this point, and then you'll decide through the process, and when you go through the capital budget and the public hearing, as to exactly what this figure should be. I don't expect it will be $7.4 million.
Can you give an estimate of what potential amount would be critically needed, given the current circumstances of the infrastructure from the water system?
You mean for the projects we applied for, but in general?
Either.
Okay. So in the budget book, I've got all of the amortization charts there. I'd have to add them up. I can get a figure to you. We'll talk about this during the budget session. But there is no way we could sustain the payments without a major increase in the water rate. Major.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Jan Lux, Pittsfield. Quick question here. The expression other revenues, what is that?
Pardon, I'm sorry?
Other revenues, what's the reference to that?
And you've used that. So what are other revenues?
Mm-hmm. So these could be other funds that would come from different rescue programs, because they're not technically grant funding, they're actually revenue sources. So if some other program funds come up during the year, they may become available.
And I guess my other question was, that December meeting, the 6th, looks like it could be pretty busy. Maybe. people decided to show up for that, to ask questions. Is there some other place that maybe the meeting could be held to take in a larger crowd?
If that would be awesome if we had that many people. I'm sure we could either use MCI Gym or Warsaw Gymnasium, or we have other venues we could use. Certainly, if we had that many people, that would be great. I say now, but if that many people show up, I probably will rule the day.
But I guess, I mean, we're kind of at the point, I think, where, okay, so we're all sitting here, and maybe to some degree or not to some degree, we have a sense of some degree of understanding. But there's a lot of folks that sit out in their homes and they hear stuff, as Howie just mentioned, what is that, $7 million for the water system? That can be pretty scary for somebody that's 80 years old and say, my God, my water rate's going to go up. And so I think the key is to get more people involved in the process. There has to be some additional kinds of public information out there also. And, it would be nice to see more people involved in some of the discussion. The explanations may be nice and clear. You do that 2 or 3 times, and then all of a sudden, for at least a while, the problem goes away because people have a better understanding of that. But sitting here tonight listening to this, I don't know why you're having meetings after this to work on the budget, because it sounds like it's already done.
No, this is.
Oh, I know it's not. But it's to the average person sitting in their living room at home, that's what it's going to sound like.
Right. If I may comment on that, Jan, this is a process that has been done many times before, and I'm not using that as we've always done it like that, and that's where we're going to continue to do it. The way a democracy works, people have certain responsibilities of their own to take the initiative to learn, to ask, to look, to research. We can make it available, which we do not only because that's the democratic way to do things, but by state law and town law. This information is available. It's available either by print if we advertise for these meetings. It's available online. It's available to come in if they want to get copies. The information is out there. We can only do so much. We can't. Dragging a horse to water.
Yeah,
not that I'm saying I'm comparing people in this town to dragging a horse to water. However, there is information that it's available. I don't know what else we can do to make it available.
And I understand what
more.
you're saying, but in my career, I did 35 district school budgets, 35 years of school budgets. We had people show up, and after a while, people would come in. They'd get into. These are the kinds of questions that we need to ask to understand why all of a sudden I got a water bill in the mail. Be something that's off the chart. And I know what you're saying because this is the way it's always been done. But maybe it's time to think about some other alternatives.
Would you have any suggestions?
I'll put an RFP in.
I just real quick, Jan, I think it's a good point, and this is my first budget cycle, but it's a little bit like drinking from a fire hose here, to be completely honest. I'll tell you that the water improvement schedule is from the July 5th council meeting. And why would you know that? You wouldn't. But it would be helpful, potentially, as we go through this process, maybe for the future, if you can indicate with maybe a numbering system, because there's 12 months of a look back of what's going on that's leading into this budget. So it's kind of nice, even for me as a counselor who has all this information too, to say, okay, yeah, now of these water projects, which ones did we say yes to in July? Because we did, to improve 3 areas of critical need that we determined. So it is a good point. I think it's valid. And so maybe this is my first time through, but maybe into the future, if we have a kind of like a key of where you could go back and find prior made decisions as we head into budget cycle, it might help the community to have a little more understanding. I don't know if that helps.
I would think that information is available solely based on the fact that these numbers are consolidated through our processes and through our decisions throughout the year. I mean, that's where these numbers are coming from. Catherine, you have a comment on that?
Yes, I was going to know, I had actually been thinking, we had to do the basic budget book, and the council did speak to me about not having so much paper in it, so I did cut it down. But I was thinking about how to make the information all together so that you just go in, instead of clicking on all these different documents, you go into like a folder and it would be all the municipal. You go into another folder, it would be all the sewer, and another folder you go, and it would be all the water. And I was thinking about how to do that on our website, which is a bit restrictive, but I think that that can be done.
Like with the sewer specifically, or water, sewer is a good point. Like we have projects that we've applied to help improve these critical infrastructure needs. But then we also have grants that are either being applied for that we don't even have the monies for yet. So how can you marry that information so someone could say, oh, I see, we're gonna spend $2 million this year, but the goal is over the next 5 years that we spend another $5 million in increments and that we raise that money from grants. Like I think that would be great. I just don't think we're quite there.
And unfortunately, I live on Birchwood Terrace, and without a doubt, a lot of people, when I'm out walking my dog, will say, whatever happened to that water project that was supposed to happen this year? So, the questions are out there, but people are maybe apprehensive, maybe just don't know how you collect, how you can find out that kind of information. So you'll be getting an RFP for that also.
So I'll make that a priority of the different requests I've got for information here. I've got a couple of others before that we would put these into a folder, which I think would actually be helpful for everyone, including myself, because there's so much information. I may have it all together in the office, but when I want to look up things online and move them around, I have to go into the different folders too. So we would make a folder for all the water projects, a folder for the sewer projects, and then it will be in there saying what we applied for, what we got, and then that will show people how this all matches up. But right now we're starting the process, so we're not going to get to water sewer for a little bit at a time, but all good comments here. Thank you.
Anything else from anyone in the audience? Part two?
No, I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So.
Very well. I shall close comment to public. Let's go to the council. Council, any questions or comments on ordinance 22-14? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we are ready to vote. All those in favor of ordinance 22-14 to set the public hearing on December 6, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-14 will be set to public hearing on December 6, 2022. So that takes care of the new business. Let's move on to number 8, reports, departments, and financials. Catherine, if you want to start with A, department report, highlights you'd like to share on that.
Yes, thank you. On the department reports, I won't take a lot of time. We have all of the reports in the package. I did see that the sewer and water report was stuck in the copier. I don't know how it stayed in there. It didn't affect everything else after that. But I will get that to you so that you have that for the next meeting. But all of the departments filed their reports with the exception of one, and that department is being reorganized. And Al Telpester said he would file the report. Thank you.
So that is A. Do you want to continue on with B?
No, I'm all set. I just wanted to record that I passed those out at the last meeting, just so we can track when you got them, in case you wanted to look something up.
Very well.
So I wrote that down. Thank you.
All right, very well. So that takes care of the business, at least on the meeting part this evening. So I shall go to reports, and I will start with the audience. I start with the folks online. Anyone online wishes to speak this evening? And I see no reaction, so I shall move to the audience in our presence here. Anyone here wishes to speak? Yes, Mr. Lynch. Floor is yours, sir.
Michael Lynch, Phillips Corner Road. Is this meeting being recorded?
Yes.
Excellent. Couple questions about the water department, since it seems to be in the crosshairs tonight. Who is the superintendent of the Pittsfield Water Department?
The superintendent would be our contractor, Oliver Associates, and specifically Annalise Hackford.
Not you any longer?
No, it's never been me.
It's been listed as you.
I'm aware of that, and we've asked for that to be changed numerous times. So, no.
Who did you have to ask?
The state of Maine.
What's that?
It's on the state of Maine site, and we have asked the state.
Right,
of Maine.
that's the only place I can get accurate information, I think, is from those websites, and I don't seem to be getting it. So, the superintendent is a paid organization, and they're doing everything for our water and sewer department except our billing? Is that an accurate question, or accurate statement?
No, I think there's some other items that the town does, but overall, most of the items are being done by Oliver Associates.
Okay. So, last January, I received my water bill that was 6 months late from my commercial property and was not able to take the tax deduction, which irritated me to a great extent. I don't care if it was a nickel. It was inappropriate for me to get a bill 6 months late. When I came in and asked about it, I was told that the problems had all been resolved. So, you might know that I was surprised when I received 9 months' worth of water and sewer bills for both of my properties in town this last week, payable last week. And I'm curious, again, when I go to the PUC site and see the water department's lost, you know the numbers better than me, $70-some-odd-thousand 1 year, $80-some-odd-thousand the next year, and then zero cash flow for 9 months. And we've got a professional organization running this now, and is still being run as poorly as it's being run. And so, when I brought this to your attention 3 years ago, I spoke with Maine Rural Water, and they offer these services to small water departments in communities like Pittsfield. And yet they've never been contacted. And I shared names and numbers and made sure that we as a community could have every opportunity to have good quality work, because I think our community is better than what I keep seeing day after day after day. So I heard through an hour's discussion at the last council meeting that there was a software hiccup and it's been 9 months. I'm sorry, if I didn't send my clients information in 9 months, I'd be fired. Why are we 9 months still dealing with software issues? If you need to write a check, you probably don't have any cash flow because no bills have been sent. I'm trying to figure out how much money is sitting in the water department that we can float this thing for 9 months, now expect people to pay their bills after waiting all of this time at the start of the most expensive winter that we'll have ever experienced so far in our lifetime. It's inexcusable that we're at this point. Now that I understand who our superintendent is, I will call her tomorrow and ask for her understanding of where we should be. Is she the person I also ask the financial questions of, since she's the superintendent, or does that come back to this town?
It would be both of us.
Okay, I'll start with her.
Both
Thank
and
you.
Annalise.
So, that's the water department. Then I got my tax bill 3 weeks before it was due with a nice increase. And I'm trying to understand, those used to come out in August, if I remember. I've only been a taxpayer for 26 or 7 years now back in town. And yet, those were delayed, and I heard excuses again. We don't have staff. In every department, we are shorthanded. So we didn't have payroll that met anywhere near what our budget was. Why are we raising our costs to the taxpayers when we're unemployed by 30 or 40% from what I'm hearing? And yet, we're still getting our bills out that late. If we don't have staff, hire them. I came to the town council, to the town, whatever it's called, upstairs to the town hall, and offered to help pay for advertising so the staff that's running around with giant eyeballs, scared to death that the next person that's going to yell at them, could have some more support. Because I also listened to an hour-long discussion of how we don't have any way to pay for advertising. I listened to the mayor and the town manager going back and forth about getting gift cards to pay for an advertisement so we could hire another clerk. None of this is making any sense. We're better than this. I came back here for a reason. I want to be in this community, but we're better than this. So I don't understand how we continue to be this way. Then I was approached recently about helping out with the trunk or treat program. There are several generous individuals around town that wanted to give money towards this program. So we wrote checks, as we were instructed to, and I guess inaccurately, in order to help fund this program for the kids. Nobody's going to drive out to my neighborhood to pick up a Reese's bar, so I wanted to help those that were doing it here be even more successful to the youth of our community. Where do we write those checks to? Does anybody know? Because I've learned recently that my check is now in the general ledger of the community to be only accessed through a, what's it called when you have to ask somebody for money?
PO.
Yeah, there you go. Purchase order. And the money needs to be spent in a certain location, and that all takes time and process. And I thought I was hoping to buy a bunch of candy bars. And there are several people that have made these donations. So I'm asking now, Mr. Mayor, who do we write a check to when we want to help our community become better? Do you know? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
No, you're not
asking you.
putting me on the spot, Mike. I appreciate you bringing this up because I was unaware that that situation existed, honestly. I wish I could give you that answer. I'm going to pass it along to the town manager. I'm sure there's going to be some details out.
I would like a real short answer. I don't want a 9-minute run-on answer. I would like a short answer to where those funds are, because I'd be willing to pull those funds back and do something more directly to the community, as it, instead of getting it stuck in a system that will take 9 years to spend and might end up in the water department budget.
So before I ask Catherine to answer, may I ask to what that, not the amount, but
Yeah.
what entity was it made out
It was
to?
made out to the Pittsfield Police Department.
Pittsfield PD?
Yeah.
Okay. I would think that, see, it makes perfect sense to me that.
I mean, that's who's running the trunk or treat. I thought it was the fire department, and I learned it was the police department, so I wrote the check to them. And I know I'm not the only one that did this.
So I get you.
So I'm just trying to understand what we're supposed to do so that those monies can be expended before Halloween so that they are properly used.
This year?
So if you want to yield the floor, I'll ask the
Sure.
town manager to provide an explanation, please.
All right, so there's a number of items here. So let's do the trunk or treat one first. The town received 3 checks that were made out to the Pittsfield Police Department, and like all the departments, when the monies come in, the monies have to come to the town office to be receipted into the town of Pittsfield account. There's no Pittsfield Police Department little bank account, or there's no little bank account for the transfer station or for the finance office or for anyone, assessor. It goes to the town of Pittsfield. So the monies were receipted in, and then the department will decide where they're going to go and spend it, and we'll give them a purchase order and they'll go. So we have 3 checks, I believe. We have $700. You had provided a certain amount, and 2 others provided a lower amount.
That doesn't matter. And nobody needs to know how much my gift or anybody
Right, and I
else's
didn't
was.
say what your gift was.
So you don't need to describe that. My question is, we have a fire department. I think there might be a member of that department here. If they sell a hamburger, does that money come to you?
No, they have a separate association that has an account, which was set up many, many years ago.
So can the police department have such a thing?
I think the police department is prohibited, well, first of all, under the auditor's requirements, the GASB ones, the different departments can't have their own accounts. There has to be segregation of duties, and we have to have things covered by insurance and be done properly, so it has to go into the receiving system. And there is a special account for the police department donations, and the money goes in there. And so under our system, a purchase order has to be written in order to accommodate the requirements of the town charter. And so the departments come in and get purchase orders all the time. Donnie comes in and gets them, and goes and buys items, the police department does, all the departments do. And so that is what will take place with the trunk or treat for the monies that were donated.
So they come in and get a purchase order for a certain dollar amount, you hand them the money and then they go spend it? Or they have to go spend it and get reimbursed? Or do they have to go shop, come back, get the money, go back, pay for it and come back?
Well, it depends on what we're doing. If, let's say, for example, items were to be purchased from one of the many accounts that we have a number of charge accounts.
I'm being very specific to my issue.
Let's say we were going to purchase candy from Amazon or from Walmart.
Or Sam's Club or Rennie's. Anywhere the people decided to spend it.
Wherever they decide to spend it, where we have a charge account, and we have a charge account at a number of places, they would, the money went into the account, and so we have the funds are available. So the department would get a purchase order, which is very easy. We have it done through email, online. Holly gets these every day. It's easy to get. And then they would take the purchase order and go to the store. Let's say they go to Rennie's, they would buy the items, get everything, and then bring the receipt back to the town so we have it, and then eventually we get a bill and we pay it. And they have the product on the day they go.
And it's only available at stores that you have pre-processed some sort of a credit situation?
That they agree that the town can have accounts. So we often go to Danford's, and it used to be Bud's. We go to Walmart a lot. So different, in Rennie's, of course. And there are other ones. We have a number in a book with the charge accounts.
Were the checks deposited when they were brought in? Or were they sat on a desk or on file for a few days?
Still sick.
There were
No, they
thousands
didn't.
of checks. Well, I won't say thousands. There were over $1 million was deposited one day. So I think we went through the taxes first.
I'm being specific. Again, I'm not looking for big answers. I'm pretty straightforward and pretty simple.
Yeah, but
There were donations
I
made, so
don't
I'm trying to
remember-
understand.
Yeah, I don't remember what day because there were hundreds and hundreds of items coming in,
Okay.
but they were deposited.
How can Mike assure how can we be assured that the donations towards the trunk or treat went towards the trunk or treat? Is there any transparency? Is there any?
Yes, because of the purchase order and the checking that's done, and the bill that comes in, everything matches up. And then there is, just like the sports accounts, there is a revenue account and an expenditure account, and then the holding account, the general ledger account. And at the end of the year, we have all of the charts, which the auditor goes through all of this. So yes, it would always be used for what it's supposed to be.
So do we have record of that being used for the trunk or treat? I mean, is that part of the question? Am I missing? Is that part of your question?
There's a whole underlying
I got
issue
that
here.
right.
And I'm not going to
Process.
air this. I'm just trying to understand that when a concerned citizen wants to help the community, I'm hearing that it's not really an easy process. Anybody else hearing that?
Well, it
Am I the
shouldn't-
only one?
It shouldn't be an issue because we have accounts, we have multiple accounts where you can go buy things.
Well, the reason I thought this was a simple process,
It is actually.
but now it's not, Catherine, because I don't want to dredge up too much past, but the reason that we didn't get all the support we hoped for the bicentennial was this exact same reason. And so having to get multiple bids for the same things over and over and over, there's got to be a process. There's got to be a simpler way. And I'm asking the council to take a look, or to instruct your only employee to take a look at a process so that when an opportunity arises that people would like to help and be a positive thing. I watched the community come together and purchase diapers last week. Lots of diapers. Never went to find out how many, but 25, 30,000? Big number of diapers. That was a fun thing to be a part of. But so far, I'm trying to figure out how we do this. I don't have time to go buy candy, but I thought I was helping. And it's turned into a dozen phone calls, lots of problems, an undercurrent of issues, and I don't wish it to be this way.
If I may,
I mean,
let me make a quick comment here, Catherine, if you will, please. Throughout my years on the council and through this and with this specific council, there are a number of items in the charter that have been put in, I guess, years and years ago. When they were put in, they made sense, but they don't make sense now. I know there is a process. I believe there's a minimum amount of funds that you can go up to, and beyond that it needs. You work business like that. They're like petty cash. Let's call it petty cash. There are certain levels you can get to. After that, there's an accounting. Being a municipality, even businesses have accounting.
Absolutely.
So, I understand the frustration. Honestly, this is the first time I've heard that there was an issue with that. Can it be a smoother operation? I agree, 100%. And one of the things that this council has talked about numerous times is to review the charter, stem to stern, and make it make sense. And that could be one of them. Because I know one of them has to do with this whole use of a gift card to put in an account for a ad, because we don't have an account with them. Otherwise, the system is based on purchase orders. And to have a purchase order, you have to have an account. And I think that's the way, and we're trying to do something, as you said, something that's very charitable, a very kind gesture, a community effort, and we're putting into a municipal box and how things are handled. And I get your frustration. I'm not making excuses. I just want to offer that there is a little bit more to it than simply
I appreciate that.
screwed up. I wish I had better answers than that, but I just want you to be aware, and everyone else aware, that the charter has been on our radar for some time. There are several things that we've already pinpointed that we'd like to look at, and that would be one of them. And actually, this thing about working with paying for an ad on Indeed with a gift card, because that's really the only way we can, because Indeed won't set up an account for the town.
We don't have a credit card? There's no-
The way the charter is set up, we don't have that as an option.
Gotcha.
It's 20, 30, 40 years ago when it was set up, it probably made sense, like I said, but
Okay.
things need to be modernized a little bit, and the town has been, look at the boxes in behind. That's why we're talking about getting digitized. So there are a lot of things that we need to bring up to snuff, and for 20, 30 years it hasn't been touched. Catherine, real quick, I got
Yes,
some more.
very quick. I have a meeting with the police department tomorrow. I'll find out what's going on with the candy purchase. It's very easy. Other people have purchased candy for different events. It's very easy to do. You just get your purchase order and go. And we have some fine stores in town and around here that you can go get the candy. So I'll check into that. So let's go to the other items. In 2021, for the water department, it was becoming clear that with the rates that we have, that there would be an issue if we were to.
Catherine, you don't need to respond and take the town's time with this. I'll call the superintendent tomorrow and take care of it.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't need to hear this explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be really fast on this.
Okay.
Because the water department we were trying to do more and more work, we commissioned a study through all of our associates in 2021. So the figure that you're indicating is from 2021. Now the rates have gone up, so it will cover the items that were placed in the budgets. Now, it's not going to cover, $7 million worth of additional projects. That's a separate issue, and I'm sure the council will, come to a reasonable compromise on how much work we're really going to do. Thank you.
Michael, the floor is still yours if you wish.
I'm all done. Thank you.
Very well. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Very well. I will close to public comments. I will go to the council, and I will start with Deputy Mayor Lodgedice.
I've not been seen.
No comment. Very well. Let's go to Council Holmstrom, please.
It's my first budget session, so I appreciate the time taken to create all these books. I know this must take a lot of time for Catherine, so I appreciate that. I can appreciate Mike's comments, frustrations, concerns, and it sounds like you've been following for months now to hear that we share in some of those concerns and are trying to find a way to work through that. But it takes time, and so I understand your frustration from a time when I was also working as a volunteer prior to my time on council. Having been on council now for 6 months, I can see some of the inner workings of the charter issues like Mike speaks to and different issues, but also we are working to advocate for a better process with our town manager and us and how we communicate and share information and solve problems, which it is feeling like we aren't solving as many as we're uncovering. So that's a little bit frustrating even from this seat. But we definitely hear you, and those are on our list of things to do. So hopefully we can tackle some of that. But water, sewer, taxes, infrastructure issues, grants and loans that are out, and we're just trying to kind of collate all that information and make some sense of it and make good decisions moving forward. So I really appreciate your insight, and I would like to see you hear more, or at least hear from you more, because that's like hitting the nail on the head for me. So thank you for those comments tonight. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Lindsay. Councilor Saucier, the floor is yours.
So, we talked about it earlier about the availability of information and what we have available at our fingertips. I realize it's on a town website. It's in a 65-page PDF. It is searchable. The way we try to build on our meetings is almost impossible to write a story. Like, it's really hard to say, all right, there's a $7 million number here. What does that correspond to? What does that correlate to? I mean, we have to get smarter in the way that we deliver information so that it has some pertinent back information that actually makes sense, it's actually searchable at the touch of a button. Not like, I'm going to sit at my house for 2 hours and search through 65-page PDFs trying to put a story together. I don't have time. Like, quite frankly, we all have full-time jobs. I have a family, rec sports. I volunteer other places. I like to enjoy myself sometimes, too. So, I don't have time to do that. So, we have to come up with a better way, whether it be hyperlinks, Excel spreadsheets. Information needs to be more readily available. And it makes better decisions, right? Long term, you're going to make better choices because you have more information. And more people can get at that information quicker, giving more opinions to other people that have good ideas. And we have to figure out how to do that, because I've been here not quite 12 months yet. And I can tell you, every time I show up here, I feel like I'm relearning this process, because there's a number thrown on this agenda that was brought up 7 months ago that I didn't have time to go back and research every minute detail of it, and it's a problem. It really is, and I can see that's why it's so disjointed feeling to me, is that it's not lined up. It's not an Excel spreadsheet with 4 tabs on it that you can click through and see, right? So we got to figure out how to do that. And do I have the answers? No, but someone smarter than me does. And I think we need to start looking at these ideas and make something happen. And we've been talking about purchasing and purchase order and requisitions and all this crap. And when I left Trimbo, it was back to the old P card, right? The P card is nothing but a credit card. I mean, we went through all this renditions of having purchase orders, requisitions, and that's great to have control over 10 cents, but it's really great when the guy in the field can make a $10 decision and you trust that he's going to make a good decision with that purchase card. And I know there's limitations with the charter, I get that, but at the end of the day, we got to fix that. And we have been talking about it, and everything's so incredibly slow moving, it's almost embarrassing. But we have to get through it, and we have to get better, because it's really frustrating, honestly. But there's some good things going on, though. Thank you, Donnie. They milled today in the pouring rain out on the spring road, and it's smoother now than it was when they started. So we're heading in the right direction.
They worked in the rain.
They worked in the rain.
I told you they'll work in the
They
rain.
work in the rain. I appreciate that. It's not easy. Not everyone will, right? But I'm happy, and there's some people already happy about it, and it's not finished. So, thank you. That's all I got.
All right, Eric, thank you. Council Hall, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Hopefully you'll stay through the budget workshop and tell us all the things we need to fix. That's always helpful, and we appreciate it. One of the things that I think we can do now, I know we've talked about the charter and all the things we can't do, and we know the charter has to go through this long process to be changed and everything else. But the town attorney has said that we can do some kind of like an amendment, and if we actually look into this PO and credit card debacle, and we specifically point it out and give it to the town attorney and say, you know,
Fix it.
fix this. Give us something that will amend this now, and we will approve it now, and we can move forward now. We don't want to wait she said last year we have to wait until a November election, and so that's going to be another 15 months, whatever it is. We don't have time for that. I think if we can actually do that, maybe Mike, if you can contact her and or whatever, that I think that would be super helpful for all of us, including Catherine, for hiring, for buying candy bars, for anything that we need to do and can see needs to be done. So I think that's something that we can do now and not wait, and it should be on the next agenda and just get it done and fixed. Above that, I don't really have much else. Looking forward to the budget workshop and digging into all of these things. I know the water and sewer is a painful thing. I think Oliver's doing a good job. Obviously, they're just managing it. They're not really doing all the billing, which is where we're seeing most of the problems. So it's not necessarily really an Oliver issue. I think it's more of a town office and systems issue type thing. So we're working through it. We know it's painful, and we're trying to stay on it. But that's just, we'll get there. It's just slower than we all like. That's about it.
All set?
Yep.
Very brief.
It would be very
Very
brief. I didn't answer all of the questions. For the water and sewer billing, there was an issue with how Book 5 and 6, which involves billings for people that are in the audience, the other books billed out, and even when we didn't have all the employees, I was able to bill out in 6 hours. It's not hard to do. But an issue developed with a system in which we got locked out for the mobile home park and the area, the other areas that are down there. It was discovered, and it took a while to discover this, because this is nothing that all of our associates in the town would have ever thought would have happened. But meters were moved around between different locations, multiples of them. And so once we discovered this, we had the staff, we did an action plan, we had the staff go out and find the correct numbers and match them up, and so that we could put it into the system. And so this did take several months. Yeah, I'll wrap it up. And then that got resolved, and then when we did the conversion with Trio, because we did have an old version and needed to go to the new version, that took a while to do, with the computers being purchased and being not sourced, not available, so that we got delayed, and staffing was delayed at different facilities, including ours, which logically Trio and the town. And then
we've heard all of
and
this.
then
We've heard this
I'm
so
doing
many
it so
times.
Michael will have.
Jeez.
will know.
Kat, we have gone through all this. We don't need to redo it.
And I'm basically all done.
Yeah, okay, good. And I'm going to close the meeting with comments. And I think, Eric, you had mentioned it. It's painfully and embarrassingly slow on what we need to do. I can sit here and say, we've identified this, we've looked at that, we've talked about this and that, but it doesn't mean anything to anyone on the other side of these desks who are paying bills, as we all are. I don't feel the pain with the water bills, however, I feel the pain with the tax. We all pay the price to be here. And it's a price I'm willing to pay, because this is where I'm from. 60 years I've been here. Seems like longer at times, seems shorter at other times. See, I'm getting all worked up, I just broke my pen. So I want to assure everyone that listens and everyone that's here is that this council has been very, very proactive, very receptive, very intelligent in what we've looked at, what they've asked for questions, what they've dug into, what they've considered priorities. As I mentioned, the charter has been one of my pet projects, and I have until the end of 2024, at the end of this term, to do that. We've all identified that, and we have taken the step of talking to the town attorney on what the process would be, and we are correct saying we can make a amendment, if you will, time-based amendment, until it takes time to go through the charter, because the charter is not a town thing, it has to be approved through the state. And I don't think that charter's ever been looked at since 1981 or 82, 83, and it was written. So we're taking huge steps. So I appreciate everyone showing up, very much so. I wish I had better answers for you, and I am a little bit embarrassed to represent, what I can't give to you are the answers, and the proper responses. But please be sure we are trying, we are working on it. And I'm very enthused with the council we have now. It's probably the best council I've ever served on. And I think we have the intelligence we have in this council, and the way they ask questions is beyond reproach. And I think we're going to see some significant items in the next year or two. It's going to be totally different. We'll have totally different discussions. And I do hope when we do have the budget meetings that we do fill the gymnasium. Honestly, I'd love to see that. I've been asking for that since 2008 when I first came on the council. So, not to belabor that, I will close my comments. If you notice on the docket, there is a number 10 executive session that is not needed this evening. So I will look for an adjournment.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we are adjourned. So we shall go into a budget workshop. Let's take a quick break. To do so, everyone's more than welcome to stay. I said everyone's more than welcome to stay.
Yeah, where are you going?
Where are you going? Are you going to the bathroom? Okay, you coming right back? Okay.
Wait a minute.
Perfect.
We should have mandatory chocolate for all budget sessions. I almost brought a whole bag of candy too. I'm like,
Yeah.
go time. Renee's is closed. Shoot.
Mike, do you need a pen? I have an extra.
No, just the tab part, bro. I keep flicking it with my thumb like that. This plastic would snap. Just happened at the time I was talking about my passion about the
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Catherine, real quick, sorry. Does our spending policy allow for employees to utilize their own credit cards and be reimbursed, or is that frowned upon?
Well, frankly, I've got so much outstanding.
Just you personally?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's really not a good idea. I don't like them to do it. Some do, like Holly's done it once in a while.
Right, just like here and there.
Yeah, we tried.
Like I know Rec has said that they have a hard time because they can't always get an account, like they can't get a charge with an account that we have that's pre-existing, and some merchants or vendors don't allow for us to have a town account.
We used to always be able to, but
Yeah.
in this since COVID,
Yeah.
things have changed. And
So
the
if
procedures
we
are
were-
still the same based upon the charter, unfortunately.
Right, but if the charter was modified to say that it was permissible for the town to have a charge card, a purchase card that was utilized, and it's a Visa or a MasterCard, something that can be used anywhere, and then reconciled at the end of the month, if we had a charter modification, we could accomplish that, yes? So really all we need to do is put that forward and pass it, and then get the card, and then that's it, right? It's that simple.
And see, I've been told that we can't just amend the charter, just take care of a little problem. We have to go through that whole process.
Well, she said, but in the short term we can, and then you do have to go through the whole process to have it officially amended, but that you can amend and then work under that amendment until it goes through the election cycle. That's what we read, like, not long ago, right? Am I crazy?
I thought so, but
No, I remember it.
No,
but
it's
I
true.
could have dreamt it. I don't think I'm dreaming town council emails, but so anyway, if we could just do that, then we can accomplish that,
Well,
yes?
I've done a charter process before because I had almost the exact same charter, and in Herman we updated it, but we had to go through the whole process. And so to go through the whole process for 2 items that we wanted to do, we decided to do the whole charter because it costs a lot of money to go through the process. So we did everything at once, which is why the town will do the whole.
But I mean, like, there are these hot button critical issues that just keep coming back and back. I mean, like, every 2 weeks we're having the same conversation. I think it sounds like it's worthwhile that we take a handful of these charter revisions that we've been talking about for the last 3 or 4 months and just put them forward to Natalie and
I'll
push
check
it.
into it for a
I'll email you the ones that I have in mind, you and Mike, and then that way you guys can forward them along or whatever, and then put them with any of the other ones. But charge counts,
Okay, great.
PO issuing is not really, that's what the office is. Yeah, but,
Should I just?
but getting a PO, so that you have to guarantee a payment and paying for it like a credit card, you can still do that, right? Like a purchase order is like guaranteed payment,
Yes, thank
right?
you.
From a certain sum amount. This is because we do it at the school. I just say, hey, to the finance person, I say, hey, can I get a PO for the new whatever? And they're like, PO number is 125. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And then I go buy it, and then I give her a receipt. And then she takes the receipt and she pays it. And it's like magic.
Well, that's what we do too, except.
But I mean,
we
but
do
you don't
have
charge it.
the one form, but often I'll give out purchase order numbers without the form, do the form later.
Right, right. But I'm saying, like, you could still do that process with a credit card, right? You could. I mean, it's just a matter of the PO number and the amount matching the receipt.
Yeah, it depends on how the charter is paid.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to email them.
So send me the items.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Were you right here today, Donnie?
No,
The pickup's
I
pretty
got-
dry.
I'm running on it. I was sleeping 2 days. I got to do my on-call thing. Last night at 1:30, got a call from Somerset. Called this. I was like, no way I would do that. I got soaked at home 3:30. I just got in the bed. They called again. Shower. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? So I went and waited to come back. I threw the old salty wet clothes out on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
it makes me cringe just thinking to put wet clothes back on.
Wasn't worth it. I just said, life was me.
Oh,
Yeah.
So who was that through? Was that through the fire department?
No, that was through Somerset for the public works. They
Okay.
usually get calls, so they had 2 flood calls, if they had a road flood, every road flood, I called it flood out there.
Down at the end, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's get going here. We've got a long ways to go, short time to get there. 1984.
Year I was born.
Yep. We shall start with the general overview. So what we're looking for on this, we'll go through these numbers. I assume that as we do so, if there are numbers we want to talk about, we can make those changes this evening. If that's something that we want to talk about, or we can, make notes and follow up at a later date.
Mike, can you give me like the 5-minute high level, the whole process? Like how do we, like where do we start? Like what is each meeting about? Do we take off the section, or we start at the beginning and work our way to the end?
Do we have, well, actually, what's set up like? This is going to be 10,000 foot view kind of stuff. We'll have these workshops, if you will.
Yep.
And we're going to be using this to go by. We're going to start with, like, tonight, we're going to look at the council budget, the municipal building budget, town park budget, finance. We're going to look at each one of those and refer to the section here in the budget book.
Okay.
And take a look at, okay, this line item, keep this in here, no, that's too high, or that's too low, or let's get rid of this, add it to that type of thing.
Yep.
So we're going to look through each department, each section, over several different workshops.
Okay.
And then what our plan is to, after we get everything approved by the council, okay, let's take the codes and building inspection. We got that budget all set. We agree with it. This is what we want to do. Here's how we want to look at it. Here's what the budget for 2023 is going to be. Okay, that's done. The council has agreed on what that budget. Let's move on to the next one. When we get all the departments covered, so that the council has agreed on the budget for each department, then we're going to take those, and that's what we're going to be presenting to the public for their review.
Okay. And then we have previous actuals or previous budgets to look
Yes,
at.
they should all be in here listed as such. Now, I don't have the budget calendar. Catherine, is there a budget calendar?
it's in your book.
Okay.
It's on the first page.
Okay, yeah, here on the very first sheet on the yellow, yeah. So where we are right now on what's the date today?
10/18.
Yeah. So here's what we're gonna review here. Set the public hearing. The next one on 11/1, we're going to be talking about those departments. 11.9, we'll talk about those departments. And 11.10, if we need more. And then 11.15, we have a workshop, talk about capital expenditures, debt service, and any additionals. And in the meantime, Finance Committee will meet if needed. If there's something that needs to be discussed by the Finance Committee.
Okay.
And then we have the public hearing on 12.6. This has been, normally, this has been historically the very last meeting of the year is when the final budget has been done and we get voting on it, which is pushed to the end of the year. We have better things we all like to be doing by the end of the year. That's why I was kind of hoping that if we can get it done the first week of December, if there's any issues the last meeting or two for the year that we need to deal with or would like to deal with, it's like plowing your yard for a hose this big.
Yeah.
Everything's going there. You try to force it all through, and it finally gets through. We don't. I'm gonna like to see us not have to do that.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I actually would have liked to start it a couple of weeks ago, but we got to be reasonable what we're looking at because I want to have plenty of time to do this. And that it was a little confusing on the meeting how it's set up because we have all these set public hearing in a month and a half. 7 million here, 8 million there. Well, that's a big chunk we're talking about. Those numbers we're going to discuss. We're going to parcel out and discuss over the next few meetings. Over this 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 meetings. We're going to talk about specific and details.
Okay.
And then after all those put in, we're going to consolidate into one budget, and that's what we'll have a public hearing on 12/6.
So what's this council's goal? Like, what's our objective?
Come up with a budget that we feel is reasonable and right.
So what do we consider reasonable and right? I mean, is it on par with last year? Is it a 2% increase?
Well,
overall?
one thing I had mentioned last year, and it's not always practical, and you've heard this before, is talking to departments, and I expect 0 increases. So that what we have for a budget this year is going to be the same as last year. Theoretically, it sounds great. On paper, it sounds great, but the people in departments, it doesn't work that way, because I've been on the other end of that request also. So it'd be easy, okay, same budget as last year, same budget as last year, same budget as last year, same budget as last year. But now we're coming out of a 2.5-year pandemic. We're getting into some of the worst economy we've had. Inflation is rampant, the most it's been in 40-plus years. The heating for this winter is going to be ridiculous. It's been mentioned by someone else here. So, we got to balance what we theoretically would like to see, no increases, to what makes sense. So somewhere in between, that's the balance we have to come up with. Whether we can say to the taxpayers, okay, we're going to have this budget, no increases for the next tax year, which we did for a long time, but when we did that, we cut out a lot of programs and we stagnated. We patted ourselves on the back, and I was part of it, patted ourselves on the back. Another year in a row, we didn't increase taxes. But it's like raising, having a farm. You're growing corn. If you don't put corn into the ground, you're not getting corn out.
Right.
So we just reaped what we sowed, but we didn't improve. So we had 1 row of corn, that was it. We prided ourselves on that 1 row of corn.
Which is, if you look at water and sewer, that's why water and sewer is what it is.
Yeah, in water sewer, for the longest time, we were, if not the lowest, one of the lowest rates in the entire state, Pittsfield. And when we did raise it, start bringing it up, the hue and the cry we got, well, why is our water bill going up? If we had taken that same amount and done it over the last 15 years or so, like every other entity does, it would have been normal. Okay, it's another 1% increase this year, but the water's still good, the sewers are still working, that kind of thing. But for the longest time, this town didn't invest in itself. So that's why we're playing catch up. I mean, perfect example of roads, highways and roads, they're horrendous.
Oh, very bad.
Have been a long time. The part that we don't see, the water and sewer, I think we're fortunate that we do have it over being able to look at this and identify areas that, we can just ignore it and say, yeah, that's fine. We'll wait till, February 3rd when it freezes and busts and call out those guys, they'll fix it. Yeah, we're doing a great job. So what the budget is going to be is what we decide best for the town. And what we can tell the town is good. Because we're going to vote on it, however we're going to vote based on what the feedback's going to be. And I hope we do fill the gymnasium. I honestly do. You know, because we've been in this room since till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and felt like we got nothing accomplished because there's only a handful of people here. I want to see a gymnasium filled with people talking about this.
Right. I think it's important, for me it's important that it can be a $7 million or $10 million or $20 million, whatever the budget is. And there's buckets inside that budget. And the money can still be the same at the end of the day, but have a very different budget.
Yep.
With the same amount of money.
Yep.
Right? So I think that's important that we look through this thing and make sure that that's what my goal is to say, okay, just because we did it last year like this doesn't mean we're going to do it next year like this.
Right.
And probably I say that today could stay number one, right? And probably by the end I'll be a little less picky, but I think at some point, just because the bucket's there and we filled it last year doesn't mean that same bucket gets full again. And that's just the way I see it.
Yep.
Like you gotta have a certain amount of money.
Not to skew your argument there, but we have departments that have been staffed at X amount and they're
Right.
budgeted for X amount, but they haven't used that.
They haven't
amount.
staffed them, right? So what does that mean to you?
Yeah.
Right.
How do we look at that? I mean, do we keep it that way? Do we anticipate keep it that way for the next season? I mean, do we budget it the same in anticipation of filling that position? Do we really need that position filled? Can we get creative on how we use the people we have in place?
Or something?
I mean, and then we got to be really careful because we have town employees that have been very diligent, some of the best employees in the state. And I'm
Right.
not saying that because you folks are sitting there. I honestly, truly mean that.
That's what
Do we ask them to put in the time that they do so we can save money on the budget? So,
No, that's what I mean. Though. Like you move money from one bucket to the other to help make sure
Yep.
people are taken care of
Yep.
or whatever's taken care of.
That's right.
Anyway, that's just my comment.
so using your analogy as buckets. We're going to start tonight. We've got, a half a dozen buckets we're going to look at right now.
Yep.
And when we get all these buckets all, and we're satisfied with all the buckets, we dump them into a bigger tank, call them the bucket.
Yep.
So, let's go ahead and start. Catherine, do you want to give us a narrative as we go along here? Do you want to hit highlights or?
I will hit highlights and just go through the budget book so everybody's familiar with it.
Yeah, let's just do a quick review, then we can start digging into the details,
And we
please.
have quite a few new members, and even going through the budget one year, it's a complicated process that we don't do for the rest of the year until we have 1 to 2 months on the budget again. So it is something that's good to get a refresher. So very quickly, you have a budget book. I cut it down as much as I can. And then from some questions I got today, I did add in the letter of explanation under tab 2. So you've seen under tab 1 your budget calendar, so that has all of your meetings. Tab 2 has an overview of the entire budget. It hits upon the municipal budget more. And in the letter of explanation, it lists the items that have influenced things, and I'm not going to read from this. It's something that you can home and read. It talks about the history, so you can understand how we set the budget goals in the past years, how the council wanted to do things, and then the new way that came about, and then how we're sort of going back to the old way here. It talks about the different aspects and the issues that we have in terms of getting quotations even now. This is a very difficult budget to put together so early in the year. I was talking to a counselor earlier today for the expenditures that we have. I mean, because billing is behind at so many companies, we've been billed out for June, July, and August, depending on what company it is. So the expenditures that we have through August 31st are really not through August 31st. It depends on the expenditures that we got, but they're not the true picture of what's taking place because so many places are behind on their billing because of staffing issues as well as on their work. So on page 3, an important item to look at for the municipal budget in paragraph 2 is that the budget that's been compiled has an increase of $269,316 in expenses. And so most of that is operational, but some of that is capital budgeting, $22,520, and the budget book all matches up to the agenda. And so this does not include any of the new items from departments and new positions that would be created. that are not already in the budget. So there will be additionals that we're working on now and getting pricing for what everybody has indicated, and that will be placed under tab 10 when you receive that, and you'll get it in your council package for the November 1st meeting. So you'll have it well in advance of the session in which you discuss the additionals. I'm also working on the actuals for a 3-year period. I did meet and talk with Trio at length about the reports that could be run, and this is a very simple system in which when we run the report and put it together from a history in Trio, it's not correct because it doesn't include transfers between accounts and credit. So I got to think more about that, because having the report that we used to have a long time ago when that aspect of Trio did work was very helpful. So it may be that we'll have to compile an Excel spreadsheet from the different years. So now that I know the answer that we can't make the reports that I wanted to make from the really good programmer at Trio that I spent several hours with on Columbus Day, knowing that the towns would not be calling in, I didn't have to compete for space, so I was able to get quite a bit done in looking over the different Trio issues. So basically, you'll have some other reports that will be coming to you. So this talks about the challenges of being a medium-sized community, because we're always not able to have all the positions that we should have, but we have a lot more work than the smaller communities. So on page 4, you'll see that the bottom line of the operating and capital budget is $4,945,033, and as I had noted, $269,316 more than the 2022 budget, or 5.8% budget. And as Michael had indicated, for many years there was no increase at all for the budgets. That was the goal that the council had, and so it came to a point a number of years ago where we needed more money. Items weren't getting done, maintenance wasn't getting done, so we had to start increasing the budgets. Last year's budget that we started out with was an 8.4% increase, so the 5.8 is very good, and some of that is influenced by the fuel, diesel, and the gas costs. So basically, going down on page 4 into paragraph 3, you'll see that the bottom line of the municipal revenue budget is $2,758,385. It is $469,719 higher than 2022, so it's 20.5% higher. Most of that is from the state revenue sharing. So we'll have to be very careful now that state revenue sharing is being budgeted at the state mandate amount, that if there are going to be some changes or the trend starts going down because of the inflation and everything, that we go back and look at that figure to make sure that we were conservative enough and not get the town into a hole and have to do cuts. So that's very important. So there's a number of pages that talk about the surplus on page 5 and how we've handled taking money out over the years. And we're very fortunate now, from what the auditor said, our surplus has gone up because it did get quite low at one point during the difficult years in which there weren't a lot of revenues coming in. And so we are able to take more out of surplus now and back to the way that we used to be prior to 2009, in which we took an amount out which had an impact of saving $1 million on the tax rate. So we're able to do that again. Going on to page 7, there's a whole review of all of the revenue sources and the history on how some of the items have been budgeted, such as cemetery investment funds, town properties, and different projects that we can do that can help with the revenues that we have coming in. And page 8 talks about reallocations, and these are funds that we will get, for example, concealed weapon permits. Because the amount is so small, we'll build that up. Some of the funds need to go to the state. Another account would be the dog fees. Once these funds get built up enough in their special account, then they're reallocated out as a revenue source to help in different budgets. And there's a number of reallocations. Page 8 talks about the budget goals that we utilized, and that was the information that you had received previously in your package. And it talks about how the departments would put their budget together. It did say if possible, a 5% decrease in operations budget should take place. There were a few that could do that, but very few now. It talks about on page 9 the personnel costs. And so last year we had a 3.5% increase in the budget, and I know people were concerned about that, but the wages need to be increased, especially for the individuals that are paid less on the scale. And so I put a 5% cost of living, knowing that cost of living is 8.2% now, the highest that I've seen for a long time. I put 5.5% in for most of the positions, but those positions that were on the lower amount of pay, I put in 8%, and there were a couple of positions that we straightened out, with minimum wage going to $13.80 per hour on January 1st. There's no way we can pay people with, high responsibilities $14 an hour. We'll have to do something. And so I increased those particular ones. And so the town has had a cost of living increase for all but 1 year. And that 1 year that we didn't do it was back in the 2009-2010 when things collapsed. And people were unhappy about it, but they understood why. But now with the costs going up for everything, it is amazing, and it's affecting our budget, but it also affects the households of the employees and the residents too, so it's a balancing act. There's a discussion about the capital requests and how we put those together on page 9. And this section explains what items are under the tab, so I'll skip through that. On page 10, lists the departments that had no increase in the budget and the departments that had a minor change, pretty much under 1,500. And then there are notes for the remainder of the budget that talks about the different accounts and how we budgeted for health insurance, unemployment, workers' comp, electricity, telephones. And then on page 11, going on to page 14 talks about the departments that have the largest increases or decreases. And I should note, just so people didn't get worried, the police department SRO position couldn't be budgeted for anymore because it doesn't exist. And so the monies had to be taken out of the expense budget and the revenue budget. However, the department has requested a community resource officer or talked about it, and so I'm helping them with the budget estimate for that, which will be an additional. So when you receive your additionals, you'll see where the full-time code officer is listed, where the community resource officer was listed, and then a small variety of items that people have asked for as additionals that would be helpful for them. So skipping forward quickly, page 14 through page 22 talks about the revenue sources and gives a history of how the revenues were budgeted on the major accounts. And so you'll have all that history. You can read all of it or scan it or not read it. But it does give you a background on how we came about with the estimates that we have. So going forward to the conclusion, from page 21 through the end of the document, we did really well through all of the years in maintaining the tax rate the way the council wanted to, and I understand why we wanted to do that. But every time that loans were brought up to have, nobody wanted to have them, which I understand. But when the paving costs went up and some of the other costs went up, there was no way that you could save the money. In the old days, you would save money for the fire trucks, and I remember doing this. You could save enough money for several years so you could buy a fire truck. But now with the cost of the fire trucks, there's no way you can do that. It has to be a loan, bond, or lease purchase. You do not have a choice. And the same thing with the paving. We used to save up money for paving, many years ago here in my other towns, and then you'd be all set. You didn't have to get a loan. But with the cost of paving going up from $7.80 per ton to $23.10, and then hitting 95, 100, 110 for the regular type of payment that we have, both binding and surface. There is no way you can save up all that money. We do try to save up money for sidewalks and the parking lot, and we'll be able to do some work, but that may also require a loan. So in conclusion, to complete this, I've talked about the history of what's gone on over the years, so you will have that. And then the conclusion is that in 2023, we've got an increase in the budget at this point without additionals of $269,316. But we also have an increase of revenues, which is $469,719. So we're starting in a very advantageous position, and one we have not had for a while. But we used to have this position. We used to have extra money that was available that we would put toward the school budget. But that all changed in 2009-10 when the economy fell through. So we are starting out at $200,403 in the positive, which is very good. That doesn't include the additionals, which we'll get to. And so going on to number 3, this is your municipal budget with the details. There's a page on each of the different budgets with details from the staff members. And so this is an Excel spreadsheet that we create in addition to the TRIO program, because you'll see under tab 4 and 5, this is the information that you can have for your TRIO program. You cannot get more than 2 rows no matter how you try. So it will have the current budget listed, which is the 2022 budget, and then the budget request, which is our 2023 budget. Going to tab 6, this is your capital improvement plan, which includes the first document on page 1 after the cover of the items that are funded by taxation. So that's the $200,000 and the different projects that are involved with that, from the requests that came in and the requests that were on the capital improvement plan from the prior years, and the items that I thought would be helpful for the department. Going to the next document, which is your 11 by 17 spreadsheet, you have our capital improvement plan, which is required by the town charter for a 5-year period to be issued prior to November 15th as a projection put together. So it starts out on your Excel spreadsheet on your column A is the number of the project. And so everything has a project number, with a section for the regular departments being the first section. And then you'll see at the bottom of the page, added town capital projects. These are items that were added in last year and this year. The capital improvement plan goes for the period of 2023 through 2027, being 5 years, with the total for the plan. And then we have an additional 5 years that the town has added on, so that we can just project forward different projects and not lose sight of them. So that covers the period of 2028 through 2032, and then you've got your totals. On the second page of the Excel spreadsheet, we have water sewer added in. We used to have a separate CIP for water sewer, but we wanted to bring this all together when we started working on the project that required road building, drainage, water, and sewer. It's too difficult to have multiple capital improvement plans. So water sewer projects are listed for 2023 as well as for other years. And I will say a lot of items get added in for water sewer, but you can't afford all of these items, so you'll pick and choose which ones that you want to fund, and then look at the increase, or if there is an increase in the water rate or sewer rate. The second section on the CIP under water sewer has some combined projects that used to be submitted. I'm trying to get away from these because it's too hard to budget for in the motions that are made by the council if things get changed around, and it's confusing for the staff to have projects funded by multiple departments, but there are several there that were put in years ago. And then there's a small section at the end on grants, donations that goes on to the next page. And so these are the projects that we have been thinking about for years, and projects that we're interested in now. And we would put amounts on here as placeholders, and this is done so that we don't have to go back and keep amending the capital improvement plan continuously. We're required under the charter that all of our capital projects have to be part of the budget. And so the way that we set this up, in talking to the town attorney, when I arrived, so we wouldn't have to keep going back and amending the budget, is that we would set up everything that we might want to do, or might think money is coming in, and then these become placeholders, and they are here in case the project is approved. If we don't get the grant funding, we don't do the project. Or we don't get the foundation funding, we don't do the project. And then going on to the end of the capital improvement plan, we have the road, water, sewer, and drainage priorities. These are projects that we put together and got estimates in 2021. We had estimates from all of our associates over the years, and then we updated those in 2021. And we have found just from the applications that we've made on projects that had previously been approved that there is a massive increase in the construction costs from 2021 to now. So this is something that we'll have to deal with and figure out how we want to budget for these, because obviously the town could never approve all of these projects. But they're listed so that you can pick and choose what you'd be interested in. And because they're listed here, it doesn't mean we're going to do them. You pick and choose the ones you're going to do, and then they become part of the motion that's approved at the public hearing, after the public hearing. And then that still doesn't mean that you're approved. We have to go get the money, so we have to apply for the bonds and loans and go through another process. So even if you approve a $50 million capital improvement plan, you have to go through the appropriate process of putting ordinances before the public and the council to vote on, and then going out and getting the loans or the grants or whatever the funding is. So behind the actual chart is another chart which has the history of the last few years. It also is color-coded in yellow because people wanted items taken off that we didn't approve. Or didn't do that were in the comprehensive capital improvement plan, but we can't go back and change it and keep changing it. It has to be the plan. So I put those in yellow, and so that these are the items that did not go forward. And one item was able to find other funding, which was the SCBA, which was very good. It's a change in the ARPA requirement. So you can look at these documents at your leisure, because we're not going to do the whole capital plan tonight. We'll do that in a future workshop. Behind the Excel spreadsheets are the projects. So each of the projects has a page. And so there are now 86 projects, and then attachments which explain out the projects. Most of the attachments are the water sewer projects that explain out what the breakdown is and what the project is. There's also two documents behind it in your capital improvement section that talk about the debt service. So it has a chart of all the current debt service, years 22 to 2040. One of our loans goes all the way to 2040. And although we have been getting several loans for the capital improvement in 2019, 2020, and 2022, they still don't go out as far as 2040, which was the big sludge removal and the sewer rehabilitation project. And then behind that document is proposed debt service, potential future debt service details for 2023 and beyond that. And these are the projects that we had applied for with the state, and it has the amortization charts and everything. And then as we get closer, because this is just a placeholder, as we get closer to those meetings, you'll have specific information on the items. Under number 7 is the prior capital improvement plan information, and I took out the whole big plan and just put in the different improvements for the estimates that we had from all of our associates and the estimates from Plymouth Engineering and the paving plan that we have. Number 8 on your expense and revenue report for August, and remember they're not all the August bills in there because we haven't even received them all yet. We've got some in September and October, but these are what has been paid through August. 9, we'll have achievements from the departments, which I'll be talking to them at the department head meeting on Thursday about. And 10 will have your additional. And so this is the entire budget book, and it is a reduced version from prior years.
So it's good news, we get 200,000 to the plus to start with.
It's absolutely wonderful, and it's what we used to have. You'll remember that.
Yeah, barely. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Given the last few years, that's very surprising.
Yeah, and we have to be careful with the monies that, the additional monies that are in the surplus account that have built up over the last few years. It's something the council wanted to do, that we don't spend it all at once. So we need to be very carefully portion it out over a number of years to help the town.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, so what, so that covers all of A. So what we will do now, we'll start with the council administrative budgets. We can start with the first one, and we'll locate the section in the book and just go line by line, and we'll start with the first bucket. I mean, I think that's a good analogy. It works well for me.
So that's on page 5 under tab 3.
Page 5, tab 3, that'll be the town council one, okay.
Yes, and then those that want to look under tab 4, you'll see the current budget was 2022, and then the new budget was 2023 as proposed.
Can I just ask real quick, are these folks here to tell us something? Should we start with them? Or is that possible? Because I feel like,
Well,
I mean, like, I just
I'm
feel
sure
like
they don't want to provide anything for the council. I mean, if there's something that,
but I mean, like, if they're here because their departments are to be discussed tonight,
Yes,
let's
on the
prioritize
board.
them,
Yeah.
and then, because I actually will have to tune in via Zoom shortly anyway,
Yeah.
but I'd love to hear from them if we could start there. I mean, we could talk about council.
next time bring your kids.
I know, I'm like,
It'd be a blast.
I only have childcare till 9. My husband's on a business trip, but I'm going to hop on Zoom like literally as I go. So I'm still here, but I'd love to hear from you in person if we can do them first. I don't know. That's
Okay, so
Is that okay?
So what we're going to do to go with what Eric had mentioned before, what we've done before is start through. This is the first bucket, town council. I mean, you see a budget of $4,710. We can look at that, go line by line. This is actually going to be one of the easy ones. If we're all in agreement, yep, that looks good, let's move on to the next bucket. I mean, it can be that simple, it can be that difficult.
Right.
Literally, this is what we're doing.
And so these are
But like
No,
Lindsay
but
said,
like
why don't we jump
2510.
to 35? Sheet 35 is the library.
page 35.
Right, because I think I'm the only one here that's
If
actually.
you approve something tonight, it's preliminary, anything can be changed.
Right, but
Right.
because she's here. She's
Right, so
been
you
here all
have
night.
questions for me, then I can answer them.
So why don't we go ahead and do that? I mean, that's a
Thank
very, very good point. I'm sure you folks would just love to stay here throughout the whole process, I'm sure. It's like you have absolutely nothing else to do. So where's the, what page is the library?
35.
35.
35,
Of
same
section
section?
3, yep.
All right, oh, jeez, where's my,
You want,
have you offered me a break?
I know, right?
All right. So, we can do any process that we're comfortable with. If you want to go line by line, or if you want to look through it and bring up items of concern to talk about, or if we want to go through and say, yep, looks good, and just bless it, or however you want to do it. I mean, we're open to the best way to do it.
I have a
Lindsay,
question.
go
I have a
ahead.
question or thought. Let's go to page 2 of section 3 and look at the delta. So library, section 25-10, last year was $202,288. This year it's $216,978. What would be your accounting for the increase?
Sure.
And
I can
that
do
would
it
be
right
a
away.
good, easy.
So first of all, electricity, what I always had in there was wrong. It was never accurate. And so this is a much more accurate, although I actually think it is, I had it down 14,000, it's probably more like 17,000.
Okay.
But so that was a big one.
Okay.
And the only other things, so I actually took out some.
Oh.
If you look under contractual, it's actually less than it was the year before. The only other thing that increased were salaries
Okay.
and our insurance, and you know.
Good.
So the only, so like I said, the actually only increase, well, actually nothing. So I mean, the increases are accurate. So so like electricity, it was always wrong. It's you were looking at a number that wasn't true. And I figured let's be a little more transparent and let's put what it should be.
So this number you have in here for 14,000, that's more reflective of
Much
what?
more accurate
Is
than
it?
the
So
10.
what was it for last year? Do you have that number?
You know how much it actually cost for the year?
Yeah, what was it budgeted for last year? Do you
10.
10,000?
Yes.
So we were.
And I was already at 10 at the end of July.
40%
I'd already spent
plus or
10.
minus low with actual.
Right.
Okay.
So we don't have actuals though?
For the,
What for last year?
Yeah, we don't have the actual, like, what it actually cost us.
I don't have that one.
That's what she said she was having issues with the report on, right?
That's
Yes,
super helpful. Garbage is,
Right.
like an actual is a real number.
Right. So my question would be, we'll get the actuals though prior to. So my only question for the change, sounds like it was an erroneous figure. The change is
Correct.
actually reflective of nothing. You had said increase in personnel services.
Yes.
Is that just the cost of living?
That's the cost of living raise, and the
Okay.
part-timers are up to 16 because they were at 14 this year.
Okay.
And what's minimum is going to be
Minimum is
1380, right? And that's what my substitutes are at.
so that cost of living, that's the, what was it, 5%?
I put 5% in for most of the positions, however, those that were at the lowest level, which included the part-time assistants that are doing quite a bit of work, they were used to make at minimum wage, then we got them a little bit above, and with minimum wage going up, I put them up again.
So what was that increase for them? Was there a standard percentage
You
you
said
used? or-
8%, right? It was in the letter. You had said 8% for anyone who was at the bottom.
I did that, but those that were really at the bottom, which was in only the recycling and the recycling transfer station and library, there were some positions that were just going to be a little tiny bit above minimum wage, and we haven't been able to hire or keep people that
Right.
will stay.
So the numbers we're seeing here for personnel services, that's the 5% cost of living increase.
For the two
For the full-time.
full-time positions, the part-times were above that.
Okay, but I'll reiterate what Lindsay had asked. I think the numbers were 8.1%, plus or minus.
Yes.
So you're saying it could be a percent more based on that?
Yes.
It's like
Right.
spitting in the wind.
So
so.
if we have a number that we can
Yeah.
discuss and chew on, I'm thinking more if other people ask me, so what was the increase for? Well, it was 5% across the board for the standard positions. The lower ones were a little more to keep and retain.
Yeah.
Were 8% or more. Usually they were 8%, but there were a few that were just above minimum wage. And one that would have been lower than minimum wage.
So this one, count 2510, that's a increase of 14,690 from last year. Do we know what the? Okay, well, we can do a quick.
Yes, it was 7.3%.
7.3.
Okay, what?
So from last year's budget, 7.3% increase, which translates to 14,690 addition. Which was the personnel services, the electricity. Were there a couple others that you mentioned?
No, health insurance, because I actually
Insurance,
wrote down
yeah.
all the numbers, health insurance and electricity, and that was it.
The
Contractual went down.
normal ones every year, the insurance, personnel, but the electricity, and that's it's good that we figured that out. What brought that to your attention, though? How did that get flagged?
Because because I actually do not see the electric bills, and so I didn't even know how much we'd been spending. And then when I get my budget paperwork, I had what we had spent as of the end of July, and I'm like, wow, we've already spent our entire budget. So I'm like, okay, this isn't right, and so that's why.
Yeah.
Good catch.
And I'm sure we'll probably see that other places too. because
Yes,
we've
that's
seen-
happened in some of the accounts. Some are under contract and can't be changed until 2023, but some were not eligible, like the library. There was a program, we had to send the paper back in like one day, under the state law, in which the library would be eligible perhaps for a credit from CMP under the state law. So we'll see if that will be available. If it is, we'll be able to lower this figure.
Eric, you had a question or comment?
So if we think it's going to be 17,000, why don't we use that
Sure.
instead of the 14?
That's me. Okay, ready to hop.
I just wonder if we have actual that say it's going to be 17,000 a year, why don't we just put that in there? It's kind of a hard number. You're not going to change it.
I mean,
Hopefully it's
is
less. You know, I'm sure hoping for it.
I mean, is 17,000 a reasonable number?
What's
Best we
that?
can tell, Catherine?
What is it through July? You said you had
Yeah,
it.
10,100. So right. So when I just did the math here, I'm like, oh, actually, I probably should put it 17 if I do like an average per month.
Right.
So
And it will differ in the month.
yeah, absolutely, of course.
For
So
electricity.
Right.
10,000 divided by 7 times 12.
What are we running for, like, why would it differ that much? Nothing differ that much. Electricity bill.
They have electric heat.
We have a heat
I would
pump.
do it.
Go with AC.
Plus double the size of the building,
Yeah.
essentially, too.
What's that?
Double the size of the building.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
So I think we should probably carry 17,000 if that's a real number. I think.
Is that a reasonable number, though, based on 10,700 through?
Right after 7 months. Sorry.
Okay, 10,700 divided by 7 times 12, that's the number.
Yeah.
17,142.
Okay. So,
What are the hours of operation for the library?
Monday through Friday, 10 to 6. Saturday, 10 to 1. It's 43 hours. And then in the summer, it's 40 hours. And actually, our heat and air doesn't go to what it should be until we actually open. So we're in there when it's colder.
Sorry, you rattled that off quick. What'd you say?
Sorry. It's 43 hours.
8 to 6?
No, 10 to 6,
10 to
Monday through
6.
Friday.
And then
And 10
Saturday?
to 1 on Saturday. And on Saturday, we actually don't even have it, so we have it like we're closed. So we have it set so it's much cooler in the winter.
Right.
Because we're figuring why have it fluctuate with just 3 hours, especially with heat pumps, you don't want it to do that. Right?
I have a quick question about your equipment, books, periodicals, videos, audio. It says 15,000.
And it's been 15,000 for 25 years.
Do you use all of it?
Yes.
And then some, I'm guessing?
Yes. And we get
Curious.
donations. I know, and I'm like, I will. The fact that it's been the same amount for 25 years means that we are awesome.
Yeah, like I was
We
curious
are.
as whether you use it all or whether you find
yeah.
that to be sufficient or like overkill or not.
It's definitely not
Not overkill. And do you, and I know it's not, this is our expenses and not our revenues, but does the library oftentimes qualify for state grants and local funding? That you
Oh
guys
yeah,
can
that's
apply to?
how we actually can put on a lot of the programs. That's how we actually have increased our budget because we get grants.
Okay.
That's how I go to conferences. so
like-
I get every grant I can possibly
So like she said before, they are awesome.
They're awesome.
Right.
Check.
Do we have an accounting of the uses of the library, like uses per day?
Oh sure, I don't have it with me, but yeah, that's what I used to give you every month. In my report was always how many people actually came in every single month, and plus we do it for every day. But the way that the format is now, I don't do that anymore. I still do the report, I just give it to my board instead. So you have one of those numbers, you let me know, and I'll be happy to give them to you. For sure.
I'm on Zoom now. I'm gonna be listening, and I'll be
Okay.
get to my desk at home. I'll be listening. So
Okay.
if I have a question, I'll know.
just chime in anytime.
I will.
I'm not gonna
Yeah, no, I'm on there. I can see
poll
it.
everybody, okay?
No, but I'll be following, and I'll be out. Believe me, you'll hear from me. Okay, I'll be right back.
So, hey, before you go,
Thank you very
I-
much. I appreciate you.
Lindsay, before you go, are you satisfied with changing the electric line to 17,000?
Whatever works. I'd love to see those actuals though as we continue down the road.
Yeah,
Like, 'cause I
sure.
feel like it's sort of a.
Well, now that we have the awareness, we will.
Yeah.
From this point on, but now
Thank
we're gonna
you.
flex up a little better. Now we don't have to juggle the numbers around, so what you can have a real.
It's great.
So,
I'm probably going to be unpopular, but in the light of fuel and the light of electricity going up, does it behoove us to be open 6 days a week?
I wanted the same thing.
that would depend on what the uses is on
So
Saturday.
that's why I'd be really curious to know the uses. If there's a day that's really low, we could maybe cut out that day and save a little bit on the expenses.
Right.
And in the wintertime, we are slower.
Right.
But if you do that, I want my staff to be able to work during the week then. Because any programs that we have on Saturday, they need to be during the week. Because that's when people actually come, is when we have programs on Saturday.
No, I think it's a reasonable question. I mean, so I'm guessing your slow day would probably be what, Saturday?
Saturday is the slowest day, for
Yeah.
sure. There's no
And
doubt.
if you did, I mean, Saturdays during the summer makes sense, but during the wintertime, it probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, really. I mean, do you anticipate there would be a savings with the heat on that? 'Cause I know you
No,
said
because it
usually-
doesn't change. The only thing that lights come on, that's all that happens. The heat doesn't change, just like we're still closed. Same with the AC. So that part doesn't change at all.
So your
So I'm not sure
your
where the
settings for
savings-
Saturday are
It's like
Like for
it's
Sunday.
like for Sunday. Right. It's the exact same.
so it may not be the same as looking at. I mean, unless the lights are a huge draw.
Well, if you're open less hours, your assistants would be, you wouldn't need them as much, right? You pay them, whatever, you're paying them 15 hours a week, and cut them both to 12 hours a week, I don't know.
You really want to cut library staff. That's what you're proposing.
Yeah, we're going to propose a lot of things that probably aren't going to make a lot of people happy, but this is a line item that's negative $216,000, and we have everything else around us kind of falling down. We cut the theater, we closed the theater because they were negative 90 grand.
Uh-huh.
This is negative 216,000.
A
So-
library that provides
No,
services
I
that
don't-
makes this community way better.
I don't-
We are the gem of this community.
Okay, well, that's fine. You don't have to take it personal.
It's hard not to.
We're going to ask questions that you're not going to like, and I'm not attacking you. I'm not saying that this library shouldn't be open, 24 hours a day. Like, I'm just saying, like, we're going to have to scrutinize everything, and the library is one of the things we need to scrutinize. So, we have a town office that's not open to the public 43 hours a week. Do we need a library open to the public 43 hours a week? That's a legit question that not just me, but a lot of residents have. So I'll ask a question,
Yep.
and I think it's a legitimate discussion to have.
So let me make a suggestion here, because we're asking for information that you don't have available, but you can provide, you will provide.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Why don't we, to use an analogy, let's put a pin in this one and revisit when we can get some information from Ollie on what we're actually looking at. Maybe look at what the Saturday, what we'll look for are the visitation, per day, per week, Saturdays compared to the rest of them.
Right,
Yep.
which she gives us a lot of that, she has given us a lot
Yeah.
of that.
But that kind of information
So that is
will
the-
go into what you had mentioned.
Right, but,
And what Pete had mentioned.
we're talking maybe Pete was thinking, heat and electricity. I'm thinking, staffing and
I just think
whether to even have it necessarily open on certain days, or maybe we don't need it open 43 hours a week,
Yeah.
or can this thing be run as a non-profit, not associated with the town? Like, those are some of the questions that
Yep.
I've been asked, people have asked me, so I'm going to ask those questions. Because I don't have any idea if that thing could be run unassociated with the town, as a nonprofit or not. Like, I don't know these things, so I'm going to ask the question because I'm ignorant to it. It's not anything to do with you or the way you're running it. I think this is probably maybe the lowest budget you can get with the way we operate right now, but maybe we need to tweak the way we operate. I don't know.
So the one thing I do want to add why I would like to see us put a pin in this and revisit, because being the first one that we've talked about, we don't have the scale how this matches other departments. We may go after other departments, look at it and say, boy, that library was nothing compared to what we're looking at on this one. I just want to look at the thing as a whole. If we look at every single little part.
Well, I think
it's important to look at scale, because what I mentioned about the theater, because I was the first one to march in that parade on that field, let's keep it open, but now I'm smarter than that. Well, I'm not, no, let me rephrase that. I'm more practical than that, because as I mentioned, that was never considered a moneymaker. I mean, it was never a revenue center.
Right.
The police department's not a revenue center, the fire department's not a revenue center, the library's not a revenue center, they never have been and never intended to be. The Parks and Rec, that's not a revenue center.
Right.
We
But is
do it
it-
for the service of this town, and that's one of the jewels in the crown, and I've used that phrase before. So I just want to look at,
That's your opinion, it's one of the jewels in the crown.
okay, well,
That's not necessarily an opinion.
let me take that
of the
phrase out of my
majority.
discussion, so the rest of my discussion still stands. It's very practical and very logical. I personally would like to look at all departments as a whole instead of looking at every single one, because there may be others
I
that,
don't agree with that.
I mean,
I think
every
every department needs to be scrutinized.
no, I'm not saying that they
Right.
shouldn't, but I'm saying we should look at each department based on the entire town. Because if we say, okay, every department, I expect 5% cut on every single department, every budget. Okay, yeah, okay, if we look at the town council, we can't do that because there are obligations we have to pay. We can't cut that
Right. Not,
unless we cut the size of the council. See, I'm just exaggerating to make a
I
point.
understand your point,
Okay.
but I'm just gonna scrutinize.
No,
A lot of these things.
No, and I agree with that. That's what we're here to do.
We have to.
No, I agree with that. That's what we're here to do.
Just, yeah.
Well, and Eric, you said before that at the beginning, you expect to kind of nitpick all of the budgets at the beginning because this is, you haven't done this
Getting
yet this
started.
year.
Right.
And then as you go along, you might not do that anymore.
And I hope my enthusiasm on day one is as good as on day 60. It's just
You'll be the first.
I'm not going there, I know that. So it's tough to go first, I can tell you that. Like, I wouldn't want to be the first budget up. But that in mind, so the heating, what does that have for like a base heating system in the library?
So we have heat pumps, but we also have a boiler, and that they're both maintained by AAA Energy. I can give you as many details as I can. I am not a building maintenance person. I do the best that I can, but this is not my forte.
So the heating that we're seeing, I'm guessing since we have heat pumps, that's not representative of the actual heating.
No.
It's representative of the electricity
Yes.
used to heat it.
Right, that's
Right.
So you got to kind of take that with a grain of salt.
Right. But the heating, that would be just the oil,
That's
cost
just
of
the
the
oil, yeah.
oil of the heating.
Right.
Okay. Well, I just started to wonder, like, think of a facility like that, you talk about grants, you talk about, are there grants where you can update the heating system in this place so we can
But
heat
it
it
was,
for our
well, it
third?
was 10 years ago, 12 years
Okay.
ago when we renovated, and
That was all updated?
Yes.
and it's
that's why we
current?
have heat
Okay.
pumps.
Yeah, good.
And it was in rough shape before that too. Very rough.
I remember the first time I saw the library downstairs, the water had come in from the side. So we're very fortunate with all the grants and donations.
Are there other towns that do run it as like a nonprofit that isn't associated with the town, or is that not?
Yes, there definitely are libraries that do that.
Is that
They're usually places.
practical? I don't know.
Well,
Is it?
I've worked in one before. They had, like a $3 million endowment. It was in Blue Hill, so it's a very different community.
Sure.
Around here, there aren't any. Most of them are on the coast, and if again because of the money part, there are a couple though. There's some in Southern Maine. If they are around here, they're super, super small, and it's more like a reading room, so they don't really provide any services
Yeah.
besides books.
In your opinion, are we like missing out on grants because we aren't a nonprofit, or
We actually
are we
have-
basically getting all the grants that you would get regardless of
Yeah, because a lot of
town-owned or nonprofit?
a lot of the grants that libraries can get, it really doesn't even
It
matter
doesn't
if you're
matter,
nonprofit or not. But I mean, that's something I can research to see.
No,
what is
yeah,
what.
it was just a simple. I mean, that's good to know. I wouldn't want to be missing out on
And there are hybrid
a
libraries.
ton of money that.
Yeah. There are hybrid libraries in the state that are part nonprofit and part town. Actually, Heartland used to be one. So the town paid the staff,
Right.
but then they had like a group that raised money for everything else. But I don't think they're that way anymore. I'm not really sure
Yeah.
what they are now.
So,
But a good point. I mean, yeah, if you want to put a pin in it when we get some actuals. And,
So
Yeah,
tell,
I
me
mean,
exactly, tell me what you would like. I really want to know exactly what you would like for
Pete, you
stats.
made the original request. You like to see the traffic through there on a per day, per week basis.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I just was kind of along the line is our town office is closed 1 day a week.
right.
but our library staff for 43 hours. That's nothing against you. Nothing against you.
No, but it's true. I mean, it's true. It's,
That's the second council you've heard that
but honest, nothing
Like, if you don't even know,
the town
the three of
office,
us.
literally, probably half the town, maybe 100% of the town uses the town office. I haven't been in that library in probably 30 years.
I know, and it's
Like,
sad your brother
and-
does.
But I'm just saying, like, useful, and yeah, I'm thinking the same things you're thinking. This doesn't really make sense when you just kind of look at it.
Well, then I'll also
Real
then,
quickly.
I'm going to also then provide you with a list of our services that we provide.
Yeah,
no,
Because that's it, I think
yeah.
that you should
Yeah,
know
that's a
what
good
your
idea.
library really does.
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's an
Hey,
important part of
something
this.
beyond the Dewey Decimal that'll kind of clarify.
How about I categorize it though in Dewey Decimal order?
I wouldn't know.
My late wife was a librarian at the junior high school, and she would have done that in a heartbeat. She would ask, "Hey, can you work up an Excel spreadsheet so I can do this?" Oh, come on, just write it down.
But I look at it like this 2510 is this account, 2505 is recreation right next to it on the other side. It's the same thing. Like there's a limited people that use both of those services, right?
Right.
And we're just honestly, I know don't. It's personal because it's your job. And you
It
love
is, and it's-
right?
it is what
every
I
day. I get that, but we're not trying to. We're not trying to say it's not worthy at all. We're just we owe it to you and everyone else to make sure it makes sense. That's it.
Yeah.
And I truly mean that if there's $7 million to play with, whether which bucket it is or not, if we can be at that same dollar and put the money in the right buckets to get to the same amount of money, that's perfect. If it's go up some, great. Down some, even better. But I just, knowing that it's going to cost $17,000 to heat it, and that's accurate, is a lot more important to me than putting 14 in there and we know we're 3,000 low, right? We just got to know what it actually costs, and then we can make good decisions. And I appreciate you being honest about it too. I mean, that's something you could have buffaloed us right now, and we could have walked through it, and
Right.
then 3,000.
Well, about that specifically, I'm surprised that we haven't known that all along.
Yeah, well,
Are you
choose the
really?
actuals. I mean, if you see,
Not really, no.
Do you see your
Not really.
actuals? Like, do you see an actual as you go through the
Good
year?
point, Jason.
So you don't go through a month and see what your actual were for that. For your... Catherine, is there a reason why? I mean,
We have the actuals at the town office, the departments come in and get them. I gave a copy with their budget package, so they had their actuals.
Right, I have that. I have Brett from the end of July, but I don't get them.
we
And then that's what we use
budget
for
review.
I used to.
Budget review, like actual compared to forecast, is pretty helpful when you're running a department.
Yeah, and the actuals are available, but remember, the billings are coming in late from a lot of the different companies that we work with. So if it says August 31st, it may not have some of the billings from some of the different companies.
Right, but a lot of times you can just accrue that and put a number in there, a whole placeholder, knowing what it was historically. I mean, you don't have to wait long to get actuals. I mean, companies do actuals all the time. It's helpful when you're running a department to know what it actually is costing. That's all.
That's one thing I had mentioned before your tenure on the council, that running the department, you have to know
Jesus.
what the budget is.
Every day.
Hold on, we got another $300 bill for electricity, but I'm only budgeted for $1,000. It's only March. What's going on here?
Right.
So
I mean,
remember,
I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's within your purview or whether it's your responsibility to come out here and get that information. That's one of those long-term things, how we fix this type of thing, so that, and it's something I mentioned before about making the department heads more responsible for what they have instead of just giving numbers and throwing it to Catherine and having her defend it.
Right.
You know, have them be more active, and that's why we've asked Catherine to have these reports on a regular basis so that they're starting to pay attention to what they have, because for the longest time they haven't. They've left it up to the town manager, and there's a lot of other things going on that it's not being followed properly. That's why that belongs right on people like this lady, or the fire department, or the police department, every other department.
Yeah. I mean, I feel almost bad with blistering her about her budget. She really has no control over. She doesn't see her actuals monthly.
Yeah.
To know how
Yeah.
to control your costs.
Yeah, not knowing the actual electricity. I mean, because you and I have a different background than municipal layout. We know it can be run like a business. It isn't always run like a business.
Right.
We know how the business needs to run. That's what we're trying to
Do.
but close the gap.
So we're gonna pin this one. You're right.
Okay,
pin it on
so
top
could
of
you
it.
tell me then, when do you want these by? What's the next meeting that I
The
should
next
go
meeting
to?
is, well, when can you? I mean, I certainly don't want to put any extra onto you, but the next meeting we have to discuss these will be 11/1, November 1st.
Oh, I mean, I can get you the stuff by the end of the week. I mean, that's not, I keep track of all this stuff.
I mean, we can certainly look at the information beforehand, but we can't act upon it as a council until
Right.
the next meeting.
If you give it to us in a week, we can certainly look at it and then we'll
Yeah.
act upon it. I mean, I
Sure.
think we have it done before November 1st, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you have it, I mean, I would have no problem looking at it the day of the meeting.
Right.
Well, I don't.
But what I'm saying
I don't
is,
today.
you don't have to go back to your house and do it tonight, send it out
Oh, good,
tomorrow.
that's not how it
No, I'm exaggerating to make a point. My point being that our next workshop to do this kind of thing around the department is on November 1st.
Okay.
And I don't see us taking 10, 15, yeah, go right ahead.
When Catherine gives us the actuals for all of that, can she also get her library actuals so that when we talk about it next time, she's had a chance to see where she's at?
Yeah, they all have the ability to get the actuals, and the actuals that they would have the ability to get are for the current year. And then we've got the project that we're gonna work on to, since we can't use the Trio system to do this, because it's not gonna be totally accurate, an Excel spreadsheet that lists out the different years.
So can she get year-to-date actuals?
Pardon?
Can she get her hands on year-to-date 2022 actuals?
Yes, it's very easy, you just.
So all the way
I run them
through,
out all the time.
all the way through September.
Yeah, we run them out all the time, yeah.
Okay. That'd be very helpful.
How many, not to belabor this, but how many department heads actually do that?
There are several that come and need their paperwork. Remember, I used to give them all that paperwork and people complained about it, so then I put it in the book.
What do
And
these
so they
people
would
complain
come in-
about it?
Pardon?
The department heads complain about it?
Yes, they were complaining about.
That's their job.
Yeah.
That's their job, Catherine.
The council asked me to put them in a book, so I put them in the book and people would come in and go through the book.
Well, you know, it goes to the comment we had before, and I know we spend a lot of time here, and apologies for holding you longer than we really need to. It
No, but
goes
this
to
is good, I'm
comment-
learning.
I'm sorry?
I'm learning, so this is good.
Okay, well, I think we are too, that's why we keep asking these questions. But the comment before was that department heads need to know what their actuals are. I mean, honestly, to me, that was kind of like an epiphany where the librarian says, I didn't know what my electricity was. I think, well, why should she? She's the librarian to hold on here. She's a department head, she's responsible for it. She should know that, regardless of what your title is and what you do, whether you run a town bakery or you run the park or the light or anything. You should know that. Other department heads should know that too. This is what we're talking about, trying to get the responsibility so that these people that are being paid and charged with this responsibility actually do it. How can you really run a department without knowing where you are? How can you do that? Because there's no feedback, there's no responsibility, they're not held accountable for what the numbers actually are. They put in a budget, we approve it, we modify it, we approve it again. That's what they have, and they go their merry way until the next year, and they do it all over again. Okay, I'm off my soapbox now, but I think
They are
that's something.
held accountable for all the items that are within their control, but utility bills, you know.
No, I get that, but not being a department head and not really looking or asking for the information to see where they stand in their budget, I find that disconcerting, and I have issues with that, being a department head.
Yeah, the utility bills are within their account 2510, so they would obviously need to know that.
They should know that. They may not have control on it, over it,
Right.
but they still need to know it.
So, if we don't have actuals for the library, do we not have actuals for anything?
We
No.
have actuals for everything.
Do we have actuals to look at tonight when we talk about money?
Yeah, the actuals are right in your book.
All right, what page, where am I at? Where do I need to go
Under
to see
tab
those?
8,
Tab 8?
you have the actuals for August. And so for the library, we would go to page page 7. So library is 2510,
Okay.
and it has the budget, the net budget, what the current expenses were the year to date, the unexpended balance, and then the percent spent. And I used to be able to have other columns, but the new Trio restricted it to this number of columns.
Okay, so we get year-to-date, net, unexpended balance, okay. So do these accounts line up with what we're looking at back here?
So the
Under
figures
25
that
then?
are your budget is the figures that you would look at for the prior year of the budget, which would go back to tab 4. But the new budget, the proposed budget for 2023 wouldn't be in your actuals for 2022.
So I don't really care about the 2022 budget. I don't. So these are the 2022 actuals.
Yes.
Do the accounts here match up with the proposed budget for 2023? Like the 1510 account, 1515 account. And the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So. So electricity is 30-05.
Right.
It's 81.76% expended. And this is one of the several accounts.
91.9
For electricity.
Yeah, one of the several accounts that we are unable to put into the cooperative program. And so that's why the state is coming up with a rebate program, which they may be eligible for.
So, am I seeing this right in that the unexpended balance is 84,400?
Correct, yes.
So they have 2 months, and it's going to spend 84,000.
Well, no, that's through August, so we have September, October, November,
So
December.
this is
So you also have to remember that my full-time librarian was out for 6 months this year. So what was budgeted, we didn't spend all for her. So she was out on short-term disability. So we're not going to spend our whole budget this year. I'm just letting you know that now.
So then do we need to up it, you know what I'm trying to get at?
No.
Because
So let's say there's $60,000 that wasn't spent on budget. You're saying take that $60,000 off the bottom line of this one.
Yeah.
So cut my full-time librarian? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you said it's not going to get expended this year.
It won't get expended in 2022.
Right,
Unless you
2022.
bought a few extra books, but you wouldn't spend much of it.
No.
Right, so you carry that over to 2023 to cover your
Well, when,
payroll for 2023 of that librarian, right?
well, it's not a project that didn't get done because she was just out on leave. So
Right,
you wouldn't
but it's
carry it
money
forward.
but
But you
just for the argument that it's money that will not be expended.
So it goes to the surplus account and then we budget it out again the next year and use it.
But the surplus.
So next year, we're talking next year, this budget we're talking about here.
It'll be part of the monies that are going in will be able to be used to go out. If we have more money, we'll have money that will be left over from this budget. So it will go to build up the surplus further. So it makes it safer for us to take go from 150,000 that we usually take out to 350,000, which I felt comfortable with because we have more that would be unexpended at the end of the year.
So the money for each department is left over, like for this example, let's call it $60,000. I don't know what the number is. That $60,000 gets put into the surplus fund.
Yes.
Yeah,
That surplus fund is used at the council's discretion on which department to help, which department to boost, which department to kind of
I feel like once it goes into a surplus fund, it
I know. Well, the state of Maine does it.
Where the
and
hell
it
does
sits
it
for
really
permit.
go?
Well, it goes and it stays in the surplus account.
I don't-
We budgeted out.
So, okay, so what's currently in our surplus account for, I don't know, 2022?
All right, so what we have for, nothing's gone there yet, but what we have for 2021, and once we get closer to the end of the year, I do a projection, but you wouldn't do one for August or September.
Expecting to do that's not unreasonable. It happens nearly every year. It happens quite often.
Wait, what?
Having a surplus on the budget, and instead of having that attached directly to the next year's budget and lowering it that much, keeping it financed the same, putting that money into that surplus, then using that surplus by the council's discretion and the town manager's suggestion to aid these departments kind of knock down their costs, help with their expenses.
Yeah, I just feel like
It's transferring funds from one to another, which happens all the time. We have dozens of discretionary funds for that very thing. Probably not dozens, but
I just feel like it goes
Yep.
into that
I know.
magical place and then it's gone. I never see it again.
Oh, you left it, sorry.
Lindsay's
All right,
fault.
good night. How'd it go?
Lindsay, Lindsay wouldn't want mute.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I went to say something to you and, yeah, sorry about that. I have a question about the surplus account, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So you're saying that we're taking the surplus account from the prior year and we roll it over into the next year and utilize it to backfill departments that need extra money? Am I understanding that right?
We do it in total, so it goes directly into the revenues and directly against the entire budget. So the surplus wouldn't go in and reduce the budget because the town is not allowed to do net budgeting by subtracting monies out of the different departments. We have to do the gross budgeting. So it becomes a revenue source. So let's say on the town books and at the bank it's the money, and say it's $1.8 million. So usually we take out $150,000 because it got really low and the auditor was concerned. We were at the bottom level of the range that you could have for your 3 months of bills. We could just cover it. And 1 year we had to get a tax anticipation note. So as it started to build up again, and we needed to do that, and we got extra revenue from the state revenue sharing, it's built up so it's close to the higher range, which means you can start taking the money out. So I increased the revenue source from 150 to 350,000. That will go against the entire budget.
Right, I guess my question is really, as you're taking that money and rolling it, are you tracking it somehow when you put it into the gross account, or no? You're just putting it in there?
We just do this once a year, so yes, it's tracked. Yeah,
It's
so
tracked.
so we don't go in.
that-
We don't go in several times. It's one item, and it's actually on the agenda items that you set to public hearing. It's actually the
Okay.
amount we're going to take is listed, and that's all we do.
So this year there should be a large amount of
We should be
that
adding.
Probably.
type of stuff because
Yep.
police department's underfunded,
Yep, the library, we haven't talked
Town
about
office.
Yep.
public works.
And that's, we're not a net budgeting entity. We can't, take 60,000 that we didn't use and put it against the budget for next year. It's just that this municipality is not set up that way.
No, but we,
So what will happen is that although it's unfortunate that this did happen, it's actually fortunate because it will help us over the next few years when you want to do specific projects and add items in. Instead of being at that low level of 150,000 that we have been since about 2009, we'll be able to increase it so you can not have as high a tax increase or try to not have a tax increase.
So
it's a dollar amount we need to always have in the front of our mind. Going through all these different things. How it-
Yeah, just like the sewer capitals
Right,
account.
we don't want to lose sight of
right.
all this
Right.
carryover money.
And actually, this is probably, I don't know how it was last year, because I was involved with the budget, but it was kind of the last bit of it, but I wasn't on the council during the last few fun years of COVID. But this is really, from what I can remember, my other iterations on the council, the first time we've actually had this specific conversation of having funds that were not used to this amount. I mean, we're talking, you know, a few percentage points here and there because whatever, they didn't have the amount of overtime rates or whatever reason. I mean, we're talking significant monies here, like Catherine said,
This is
$200,000
something
possibly.
since COVID and then.
That'll be put into that, you know. So this is a conversation it's new to me. Like you said, I'm learning. With
For quite a few years, the police department's been, understaffed.
Yep.
So that should be a lot of money somewhere.
and that'll be the same. They'll be in the same boat.
All right.
I think, in general, I think that would give people an uneasy feeling knowing that they could have the money in their pocket, managing their own money, or there's a government
Entity.
entity managing their money for
Well-
them for future endeavors.
Well,
I would like to think that the town of Pittsfield has a savings account.
Well, one thing I got to reiterate: it's up to the council's discretion how that money is to be handled.
The
So,
council-
if we have a people in this town who are uneasy about where that money's going, they talk to us. It's our responsibility. That's something we'll be talking about at the beginning of the year.
Well, the council has reduced taxes before and then realized they probably shouldn't have done that, but it was very helpful at the time.
Using these funds,
Correct, what you would do.
and that was the decision the council at that time made.
Right.
So, like I say, it's up to us. It doesn't go into a slush fund somewhere to fund a cabal that no one talks about.
No, that's an account that the auditor really looks at.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And we probably don't know when we go over the resolutions to pass or approve or not pass. We don't always connect. Okay, this resolution. Okay, that's the money that was left over from last year's budget from this year's, and we're going to use it for this or use it for that. I guess if we have it flags that we all, because this is my 4th term on this council, I never picked that up consistently. But if we knew, okay, this is the amount of money we had from the 2022 budget to 2023 budget, and we talked about using it for another position or to fund this or to lower the taxes, that's what we're going to do with that money. Here's the money. Here's what we're talking about. And if anyone in town asks us about where's that money coming from, this is where it's coming from. If we explain it like that, it's in knowing that it's a normal accounting practice for municipalities to do what we're doing. It's an easy sell. It really is. There's nothing being untoward or hidden.
So, somewhere, is there a report or something we can get that has year-to-date actuals and then a forecasted, projection to get us through the end of the year?
So we'll do projections for the end of the year, but remember, we're starting a lot earlier than usual on the last couple of years. So anything we projected now would not be correct because
No, I'm saying, so the library we know has run since January 1st until now, and those would be your actuals. And then you have a forecast, projected forecast for the year. I'm trying to create 2022's budget, or 2022's actuals the best we can, and there's really nothing here that can do that accurately.
Well, there is. It's just a matter of culling the information that you need out of it. It's not set up that way.
Well, it's just because exactly what we talked about in the council meeting. It's fucking taking 20 different things from 20 different spots. It's impossible to do.
I know. I understand. I understand. So being a department, what I would do, okay, I have, let's call it 2 dozen line items. I take those 2 dozen line items, compare them to what we have on here. You're right. It's not in a usable format. It's not in the format conducive to having the department head start taking control and taking the lead on understanding this information because you have other things to do. Donnie has other things to do. Bernard, every department is busy. They're not going to grab this book and say, okay, all right, so we're at the end of August. Hold on, that's so much percent. It's got to be in a different format. I agree, 100%. This is not. It's accurate information, but it's not usable at all.
Can I say one thing that I do? I actually have my own spreadsheet. So whenever I do see bills, or when I have my own bills that come to me, I actually keep track so I know, percentage-wise, how I'm doing throughout the year. So I actually do that, so I have an idea. But as far as personnel, I don't, but it's basically the same. Sure. And I've used a lot more substitute hours this year because of the fact I had a full-time person out. but it wouldn't make up for how much time it was. But everything else, I keep track of. And you're right. And honestly, I didn't know that I could get the actuals. No one really trained you how to be a library director. You kind of figure this stuff out as you go. So I'm glad that I can get that now. And so when we have a department head meeting on Thursday, I'll find more about that. So I can do that more in the future. So I'm just so you know, I do keep track. I'm not.
I applaud you for doing that. I think that's awesome for you to take that step, because as a department head, you need to know that. I mean, you're a librarian, you have to be a department head. You know, because people look, well, the librarian doesn't do that stuff, but yeah, the librarian does, because the librarian also has the chair of the department head, and the department head has this responsibility. I applaud you for that. I think that's more of the exception to the rule, unfortunately. No comment on anyone else here in the town.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
So based on the actuals that we actually have sitting here, I would say your telephone bill needs to go up, right?
Oh, right, because that was...
I mean, you're at $2,000 already. If you do that out for the next 3 months, you really should be at $33.50 instead of $2,000.
And that's the other thing that I
I don't know
have
if
no
that
idea
changes.
because now we're part of this
upgraded
thing with
to-
the town. Like I honestly don't even understand how it works, and I've actually never seen a bill since it was upgraded. So I don't know how it's billed.
So
I don't
how are these bills split between the departments? I assume you don't have a landline, right?
Yeah. What's that?
You don't have a landline there anymore, do you? Do you have a 487 number there?
Yeah.
Oh, do you? Oh.
Yeah.
So the-
we're all connected.
The telephone bills on the Centric system are divided up by percentages, and so there's spreadsheets on them.
Oh.
So isn't $2,000 a lot of money for a telephone?
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
It's not just the telephone, it's the fact that we put a request in for capital funds for a new telephone system, because this one was very old and malfunctioning, and then it was not approved for the capital budget, I think, in 2019.
I remember
And
that.
then the system really went bad, so we put out for a lease purchase, so it includes a percentage for the library of the lease purchase costs, which will be paid off in a few years, and then we'll go back to having regular telephone bills.
So this $2,000 in this budget is almost like a payment for the system.
Yes, a percentage for them, it's all through the...
Right, but I'm saying the actuals are at $1,950 right now. Through 7 months.
Right, I understood, and by that discussion,
So it should
I just learned, or I think we all just learned, that this isn't $2,000 actual telephone bill, this is
No.
payments on a system,
Right.
not all the calls.
Right, but that's where it's,
Yeah.
that's where the money's allocated. Yeah, you call it what you want, but
So
instead of the $2,000,
so the numbers you came up with, what does it extrapolate to for the year?
$33.50.
3350. So we took that 2,000, add 1350.
Yep, based on the actuals, that's what I would do.
So this number we're using, charge against the library, that's an approximate number that was thrown at it, Catherine? I mean,
It was the number proposed by the departments.
Yeah.
Previously,
Right.
the town council indicated that, I think it was 3 years ago, that I would not change the figures in the budget in the operations part. I would just be in charge in the departments of the personnel costs.
all right.
And so unless something is really out of whack, I don't change it, because there'll be accounts that will be, money will be left in, there'll be accounts that will go over.
Okay.
So yes, I'm wrong, basically. So,
no.
so I didn't have it correct. So you can.
No, I just
change
want,
that.
yeah,
No, that's okay. That's like I said.
And that's not an issue, because there'll be some account, there'll be, it doesn't concern me because it's not a major figure, there'll be some account where you won't spend all the money, something won't get done.
I won't buy a computer. That's already happening. That's
Right,
$1,000.
but the point that Jason and Eric have made, so if we're going to look at these numbers, let's make them accurate. Whether they're up or down,
Yes,
or
we
whether it
can.
all comes out in the wash. I mean, at the end, which is what we're all hoping for, we still need to have the right numbers. So next year we have this discussion again. Oh yeah, 14,000. Oh, that we change it to 17. That's a real number, or it's 3350. That's a real number we talked about last year. And we'll think about it fondly. Probably not.
Will we?
Probably not. No. So, do we want to look at the numbers and make decisions tonight, or do you want to revisit when we get some information back for the November 1st meeting? Because if we want to revisit this, I say we move on to the next department, because it's we're spending a lot of time on this discussion. It's all well worth it, but I want to try to be more efficient with the other departments, and certainly we're done with the library. I'm sure he has better things to do.
So I can keep my book straight. So far we have the electricity that's going to get up to 17, and we have the telephone that's going to get up to 33.50.
Yeah.
You guys
So you're at a new number of,
So 3,000. So we got 4,350 added to the 14,690.
oh, I'm sorry, I was,
About 19,000 plus or minus.
I do expect this one is going to take longer than most. I mean, I would think the library typically takes more time than other budgets.
No, usually we're the quickest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she usually has a budget in first.
Yeah.
Put
Yeah, I do have
a
a
stake
budget
through my
first.
fire.
yeah, if you thought this was going to be quick, it's,
It wasn't a challenge, Jason.
221, 328.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to leave it at that and revisit on the November 1st meeting, are we good with that? Pete?
Yeah.
Come up with a telephone.
Eric, you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, we're all set.
Okay,
So
so
do you know what,
I know what I'm doing.
okay.
So, Catherine, do I just email you everything?
Yes, just
Okay.
send it distributed supplemental budget packages. There'll be extra information we'll need from different departments, so I give it out to.
So when we get to advertise, when we set up the agenda for the next meeting, could you add the library into the
will
list?
be on it again.
And then, so we're part of the budget workshop part again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and there'll be 3 or 4 minutes tops, right?
I apologize for cussing. I didn't mean to.
That was a challenge.
Excited there.
Cussing half.
Libraries do that to people.
And that now, I'll leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to council section. That was page
5.
Page 5. You are correct, sir.
So we pretty much we have Lindsay to blame for that whole thing because we went out of order.
Sorry guys, I just wanted to make sure.
No, it was a good decision. So this is pretty straightforward.
Page 5, nothing to discuss, right?
Page 5, nothing to discuss. I'm happy to do it as such because we have no effect over the dues.
They are what they are.
Pete, you go with that?
Yep.
Eric?
Yeah.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay, you all set?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to put a check mark on that. Let's move on to admin,
All right, administration for 2022.
page 6.
Was $111,981. 2023 projection is $117,815, an increase of $5,834, or 5.2%.
I'm sorry, Catherine, can you caught me unaware here. It was 111,000 and what?
It was for 2022,
Yep.
111,981.
981, and the increase of,
And then the increase to 1,700,815 is $5,834,
5,834, and that's a percentage,
or 5.2%.
5.2%.
So this includes the cost of living is 5% that all the employees have, exception of the lower paid ones, which would you have more. It includes the FICA, the health insurance across the budgets was projected at a 1.7% increase. Hopefully that will come in less, so that will save money throughout the budget, but at this point, because we're so early in the process, MMA doesn't have an estimate yet for health insurance. It includes the unemployment, workers' comp, and then travel at the regular rate of 50 cents per mile. And travel has been down, so I decreased that a number of years ago. It include, because the council asked for the membership dues to be put in there, it includes Maine town managers and Maine tax collectors dues. I used to pay those myself.
Okay, what are your thoughts, council? Further discussion, or you want to move on?
Just a quick thought overall, I think it would be helpful to get a broad idea of how much the 5% increase over the entire
Over the
all the
entire
employees,
personnel. Yep.
5%, how much that's really increasing
No, that's fine.
the overall budget.
That was one of the-
If it's, 10 grand or if it's 110 grand, I have no idea.
That was the
I
one
would like
of
to
the
see that.
reports I was going to try to run from Trio, but I'll just do Excel spreadsheets. It's easy enough.
Okay.
Do you want that before we act upon any,
Remember, this is just preliminary. You could go
No,
back and change it to
understood.
3 or what have you.
so, are you, go ahead, Lindsay.
I was just going to clarify, so I'm just making sure I'm following. This is the raise. This is the only basically difference here in this budget line, Catherine, is the raise for you, right?
Well, it's a number of things. Health insurance is projected at a 7% increase, so that's gone up from 13,000.
Right, but yeah, it does include that
But
5%.
it includes the 5%.
Right, but so to the point of what I think it was Jay that just said, knowing overall what the personnel increases are percentage-wise for the change in the budget, the overall increase, but also as we're looking at these individuals,
Each line.
I guess I could sit here and do the math, it's not a big deal. It's helpful to know what's that $5,000 difference in its entirety. It's a little bit health insurance, but it's a 5% raise, right?
It's a 5% cost of living. We don't actually have
Cost of living
raises.
raise, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would almost be great if with each departmental report we had a little one-liner, this is this and this, boom, that's it. Because it's hard to tell, just looking at this page I have without going to 4 different documents here.
Well, I'm wondering if, because we've got so many items that we want to know, if I don't just do the actuals for everything for 3 or 5 years on Excel spreadsheets. So let me think about that. It's not coming through
I don't
Trio.
think any time I would not go back more than 2 years, just because I love the history you gave us, but we have a 25-page budget letter that has information from 2006, and it's more valuable to have relevant, recent information than to have 5 years of outdated. It's not pertinent, so I wouldn't waste your time going too far back. 1 or 2 years back of actuals would be fantastic.
So, Lindsay, actually, I would do you one better and just give us what the changes are from last year's budget to this one specifically. I don't know if we need to go any further than that to go from this budget to next.
On these actual sheets,
We already have the dollar amounts on that page, which is great, but it's just what does that dollar amount comprise of? Why is there a difference? Just a little tiny note with each one would be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't need to go back 2 or 3 or 4 years. Just from last year's budget to next year's. That's all we need to know for now.
put the 2022 right next to it, 2023, and difference.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
that's what I did in Trio.
That-
Unfortunately, it doesn't give you the other column.
It's pretty much page 2, but on all these actual sheets.
And
And
under
if you have
the,
the department heads come with that one-liner, that would be even better, because then the first question we had for the library was, why is there whatever, how many $1,000 difference? So if you can prep them all that they're going to come at their budget workshop night, and they're going to be asked to speak to the difference, and that's easy, and we all are going to know the cost of living thing. This is our first pass, but we're going to know the cost of living rate is always going to be in there, but then what's the other stuff? That would be helpful.
Yep, agreed.
So is the cost of living increase, does that happen for everyone?
It happens for everyone.
Well, I mean, it's not
That was put in by the town manager on the budget. It's something that it's at our discretion.
determined by that.
If we determine, no, 5% is too much, or we'll put it 3% across the board for everybody, or none for this year, and next year we'll double it. I don't know. It's our discretion.
Yeah.
She had to have a starting
We
point
have to
somewhere.
start someplace, yep.
So what we have here is the town manager's first draft, the town manager's suggestion.
Right, I just
Then
don't know-
we go from there.
Right, I just want to make sure it wasn't like a charter item.
No.
That had to be a certain amount every year.
Right. No, no.
Are we allowed to do performance-based, are we allowed to do performance-based increases in wages, or is that a charter exclusion? I don't honestly know.
All right, at this point, we wouldn't be able to put together a system like that. You'd have to do it for next year. So they've been, and we had talked about that, and the council decided to keep them as cost of living. So they've been cost of living all these years at different percentages based upon what was going on in the economy.
Performance-based, we'd have to have an entire HR department,
That would
Who's
be
got
a
time
big
for
thing
that?
to put together.
besides Jason.
Yeah, plenty.
It wasn't, isn't it? All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, how do you want to approach this? Do you want to approve this and move on?
They're just preliminary
Right.
approvals.
I don't think we can because we don't know if it's going to be 5% or
Well,
4%
no.
or 12% or
What?
All right, so what?
I mean,
what
cost of living. We don't know what that is.
Right, but what?
5%.
I know, but we don't know if we want to approve it based
All right.
on if it's going to increase the overall budget of
Yep.
$200,000. I have no idea.
So this is just a preliminary.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
approval, So
Well,
we have to do
right.
something.
I mean, we can move on, but I'm not saying I'm going to approve. Account 0110.
We can take suggestions. Do you want to keep it at 5? You want to make it 4? You want to put it 0? I mean, we can do that on a per person basis per department. I mean, it's our discretion. I mean, we could certainly look at every single line item for every single one here.
I know I need that amount that it. I don't know what that dollar amount is.
Do you have that, Catherine?
We're talking about.
On line item 01-05, do you have the difference from last year to this year?
I can get that very quickly here.
That would be helpful. I think that's what you're asking for.
I thought you were
More
asking
or
for
less.
the total, and so.
No, we have the total, 5,800
Well,
increase
no, the
last year.
total of what all the salary.
Well, yeah, that would still be helpful, though, to get
yeah.
through these separate buckets.
Yes.
We need to know on a per bucket basis.
I'm doing
That's our measuring
that.
system, not
Yeah,
buckets.
right there.
Buy out there.
It's new math.
Break it down for me. Milk and potatoes.
I just wanted to bring this up. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. And Catherine, are you familiar with the cost of living, like the COLA figure? Did you guys even talk about that? Like, what's the standard cost of living raise percentage that's put out, like by the Social Security Administration? Do you have that information? Is that what you usually go by?
I
Or
use-
are you going by?
I use the regular inflation rates, looking it up for a period of time. We have done the CPI and then picked up the CPI that we were going to use, so that's been used before, and I am familiar with those.
So there is no
Okay,
standard.
that's not what we did.
Inflation.
Well, there is a standard. That's what I'm saying. There is a standard.
No, but there's no standard that we use, is what I'm hearing.
Correct, correct.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, the council has said just to
Okay.
use the inflation, which is what I've done, so I'm doing the math right now here.
89,590.
All right, so take 89,815 from 94,306.
$89 what? 315.
815.
Yeah, 89,815 from 94,316.
$4,500.
Okay, so 4,500 is the 5%. So the percentage would be the same through all the departments with the exception of the lower level, which has to be brought up and be at a higher amount.
It's a very large increase.
5% is.
$4,500 is.
Well,
But-
I mean,
but-
I just know it's kind of a not this year. It's actually really, like, that's really, really reasonable for this year, 5%. Just, that's my perspective.
That's just what I was going to say, Lindsay. I mean, we have to put it in perspective, compare from one year to the next. I've seen 1.5% increase, and that was significant. Although I don't think I've ever, in my entire working career, have ever got a cost of living increase, ever. Called a cost of living increase. But to compare this year with last 5, 6, 7 years, it's probably not an unreasonable number. If the council decides that a cost of living increase is warranted, I mean, that's our option.
I think
We need-
something we need to consider, like, to me, a 5% increase for someone that's making $14 an hour is not a lot of money.
Right.
5% increase on someone that's making $90,000 a year is a lot more money. I'm not saying 5% is a lot or a little. It's just perspective. If we're trying to increase the hourly wage of someone that's working at the dump, I think we have to kind of focus on that. I mean, I think those are the most undervalued people on our crew.
We can do a scale, 8% for the lowest paid, and then 2% for the highest.
I just want to make sure, like, there's people
I
that
mean, I'm just throwing out numbers. No, you're right, and that's what Catherine mentioned before,
Right.
is that some of the small ones are closer to 8% increase instead of the 5, to get them all past the minimum and try to retain and keep these people.
And then at the library, transfer station, and recycling, they were so low that it was in excess of the 8% to try to get them up there a bit past the minimum wage.
Right, and those total amounts we're gonna have for those line items are gonna be, in the big budget view, negligible.
That would be true.
But your point is valid, and I agree with it, and I'm kind of kicking that around to throw that out there. I mean, it's easy for us to say, yeah, 5% across the board, just leave it as is, move on. Is that reasonable? Do we want to sell it to the people that come to that meeting? I may have a hard time with it.
if it was my crew and it was a tight year and inflation was up high, if I didn't take a raise but the rest of the guys could get more raise, that goes a long way with morale of the crew and the support.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's all I'm gonna say. And I think that's important. I think there's a lot of people that work for very little.
Yep.
Comparatively.
I mean, we can make that decision right here and now if we want to.
So again, that's why the lower, people on the lower level of pay have an 8%, and in the case of recycling, transfer station, and library, it was much higher than 8% to bring them up past the minimum wage.
Right. So if you're making $16 an hour and you give them 8%, that's $17.40 an hour. So it's $1.40.
Yeah.
Still not a lot.
Nope.
Well, when you get to those budgets, you'll see what I did, so, and I'll make up a little chart.
So, as I mentioned, we could set this on a scale. The smallest increase for the highest, and then the highest increase for the lowest amount. I mean,
If there are different increases for different positions, let's say we start going through the budget, and budget A gets this, and budget B gets this, and budget C gets this, just so you know, this is where people start comparing what's going on, going to the budget book, and, you know, it does cause some issues, so that's why we haven't done it, so
What do you
that
think?
different departments all get different amounts.
well, not to sound very blunt and
I wanna know-
uncaring, but we're talking about your wages. You shouldn't have that conversation with other departments.
Well, no, I wouldn't, but if we say it's 2 here, it's 3 here, it's 4 here, it's 6 here, it's 8 here, we're gonna have some issues, because
Well, I
that,
think that's kind of true, but we're also talking about that throughout the year. Like, when it comes to recruiting police officers, we're not giving $15,000 sign-on bonuses for animal control people.
There you go.
But we're giving them for, you know what I mean? Like, every
Good point.
industry has a difficulty level to recruit and retain. So I think that doesn't, not all town employees have been created perfectly equally. So that may also mean that people's wage scale and pay is not going to increase at the same rate, you know what I mean, across the board. That's my perspective.
So the police have always been treated differently because they're
No, I
in
don't
the
think they're
union.
union, but I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, is the cemetery the same value as the library, as the this, as that? I mean, I guess we could say it's a once across the board sweep, but I don't know that that's the right approach on a year like this.
You gotta remember too, where that 5% was an arbitrary number that the town manager threw in there for us to start working on. We're not obligated to keep that.
Correct. You could go through and then say at the
Right.
end, it's going to be 3.5. It's going to be 3.
We can right now say we'll keep it at 3%, except for the ones that had the higher increase at the lower pay rates. And we can do that.
See what Pete thinks.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just think we're getting into trouble if we jump around the percentages.
Well, then just make a lower one across the board.
I mean-
We're worried about the money.
Well, I mean, Pete, yeah. This is the only way we increase the guy at the dump.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
the-
you know, we don't have another, like, this is how we do
we
it.
have-
But technically, this is a cost of living.
We have to have
It's not a
the
raise.
two cost of
Yeah,
livings.
But do we even give raises? Do you give raises?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Right, that's
But
what-
we're using it as a raise, the way we're talking about it, as a raise to help this person out more. I just want to make sure we're not getting confused with what it actually is,
Right.
cost of living.
It's
Right.
the cost of
Based
living.
on what it has been the last couple of
Right.
years, it's not unreasonable.
Well, I don't know.
I've never gotten them, so I
have no idea how the hell they live on what they live on, so.
I got you. I mean,
Right.
hence why she went as high as 8% for the lower.
And
Right,
I've
well,
actually
right.
went higher for the 3 departments, library, transfer station, and recycling.
Right.
That's even higher.
So it may sound simplistic, but I've seen 3%. I don't think 3% is unreasonable across the board.
I don't like giving across the board. I think $90,000 a year is more than enough to live on.
Across the board,
So,
except
I
for
could see
this
that-
position.
I could see this account, 0, TAC 10, cost of living, 0. I could literally, like, I wish I made that much. I don't make that much. And I certainly didn't get a 5% or 3% cost of living increase. So, and we know what is ahead of us.
I mean,
we know how tough it is to hire these folks in. You
Yep.
know, if we want to increase their pay coming into these positions, well, giving $5,000 to somebody already making $90,000 a year is taking away from the person that's coming in. You know, and oh well, we have to pay you $16 an hour instead of $18 an hour.
Yep.
Because we already gave out this money. So is that like tough to hear? Maybe, but
Well, that doesn't
that's
even
that's
make-
just the
That
facts.
doesn't even make any sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Actually, it does.
It actually doesn't.
I'm just not going to
Because
give
it's-
5% increase across the board when somebody's making $90,000 a year. Why would I do? Why would
Well, the
you
town
do-
has always treated people the same, but in this case, we do have people that are at a lower level that should get a higher percentage.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the highest paid person in town.
Right.
And $4,500 cost of living, which, I mean, as Jason's saying, it's hard to justify the person's just making over a minimum wage. Why we're adding $4,500 to this pay?
Because you're treating everybody the same and
Well,
you're paying
but
them.
that's
for the-
not-
You're paying them for the level of work, for the position that they have, because this is actually low compared to towns of our size.
But I think, Catherine, one thing that's important to recognize is that the world is changing, right? The leaders used to make this much and everyone else made this much. Now, these people down there that are doing the work are making more money. Like, you can't hire an electrician for $25 an hour anymore. A journeyman plumber works for Granite for $32 an hour, right? And the scale, I mean, I don't, the wages for people that work, boots on the ground, they make more money than they ever have.
Right. I mean, we got
Well,
people.
we have to make that right somehow, because that's what we're competing with.
You got people at the transfer station making $2 less an hour than somebody up to Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, that's why.
Like I go to Dunkin' Donuts all day long.
Well, I've addressed that. When you get to that budget, you'll see that that's been addressed.
So, gentlemen, ladies, I am open to suggestions on this. The suggestion was no increase. The suggestion was 3% across the board. 3% across the board with this at a lower rate. I mean, I'm open to anything. I think we're spinning our wheels.
Yeah.
We need to start making traction, and we can't keep putting everything off till the next meeting, to the next meeting, to the next meeting.
Well, regardless of what positions they are, there needs to be a cost of living increase.
Well, not to argue with the captain, but no,
That's not true.
That's not true.
In order to treat everybody the same and to treat. and
Right,
treat
I
people
understood. I
appropriately.
understood, but it's not a requirement that the town offer cost of living increases. So that's not even an arguable point. Because based on that, why would the people in town suffer more than people like me? I work for a private company. I don't get cost of living. I'm 60 years old, been working for 40 plus years, and I never got a cost of living. Ever.
Well, I've worked for towns and for 40 years, more than 40 years now, and in different positions before that. And this is how they've addressed cost of living. Everybody gets a cost of living increase.
Right. What I'm saying is, Catherine, what I'm saying is, it is not a requirement that we offer that as council or as a town. It's something historically has been done. I understand that, but it's not a requirement. Let's understand that right off the bat. We're not required to give any kind of cost of living at all. Period.
That would be correct. And one
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's correct. 1 year the council didn't, and it was a difficult year morale-wise.
Understood. So I had no issues or qualms about 3% across the board. I understand what you're saying. I get that. These are exceptional times. You know, this is from somebody who's never gotten it ever, but I see the need and I see the reason. We've asked an awful lot from everyone in this town to do what we've asked them to do for less. I mean, for having less people in the departments. We've asked them to do more for the same pay. So I don't have any issues with changing it to 3%, and for the lower amount, keeping them at the 8%, whatever it works out to be.
So 3% for administration is $26.95, more or less. That's the increase from
Yep.
89.
And other than how many, approximately how many positions had more than the 5%, around 8%? 3, 4, 5? Just throw a number. 1, 2, 8, 12,
It's 10.
6.
6. Keep those 6 positions at the 8%, whatever it is, and all the other positions at 3% cost of living. I kind of want to move this off top dead center. I'm not pressuring anyone here. I just want to make sure we have a discussion, everyone's in agreement, because not only do we need to sell it to ourselves, we need to sell it to probably half the town that shows up.
I'll agree with that, but I want to see what it does overall.
Yep.
Yep, and that's fine, because
Good.
it's just preliminary.
Absolutely. So let's look at this one, the 94,306. Let's take 2% away from that. That'll give us our 3% increase. Is that correct?
No, that's not how that works.
Okay.
I don't think.
I'm an engineer. I didn't say I was good at math.
89,850.
So 89,815 times 1.03.
Right. So it's going to be 92,510.
92,510.
Yep.
Okay, so the top line item 0105 will be 92,510. And the bottom line for that would be, okay, 192,510.
About 1,800 bucks.
So 94,306 minus 92,510. And subtract that from 117,815.
1796. We got 116,019. Anybody else get that?
116,019.
You get that? Yep.
Okay, so account 01-10, administration, we changed line item 0105 to 92,510. The bottom line for the department total will be 116,019, 116,019. Everyone in agreement? Everyone understand where
What
we
did you
went?
say the top number was?
92,510?
Yeah. Yep. You're good.
Okay. Pete, you good with that?
Yeah, and we're gonna look at what that does overall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and we will.
Yep. Eric, you good with that?
Yep.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Okay, let's move on. So,
We're going to,
2 hours, we got 2 done.
we're going to town clerk, which is on page 7. The budget was for 2022, $76,556. The budget for 2023 was $79,645, an increase of $3,089 or 4.7. 4.7.
4%?
4%.
4%.
Yes, 4% overall.
Okay, 4.0. Okay, plus 3,089, okay. So that also was the 5%?
Correct.
Okay, so if we take the 53,123,
I can go
Times.
through and mark up a budget that will show you if we go.
well, let's go on a per month basis.
Okay.
Let's figure what this is and then use that to do the overall,
Yep, that's fine.
please. So 53123, what, times 0.97? Is that right? No, that isn't right.
We can take the pay of $50,346 for the current budget and multiply it by 1.03.
50,000,
346 times 1.03.
51,856. 51,856. And if we take 53123 minus 51,856 equals, and that's going to be 79645. Oh, come on. Okay, let's try it again. 51856 plus 79645 78378.
Yep.
78378. So account 0115 town clerk, line 0105 is 51,856. The bottom line is now 78,378. And that's also plus 3% for the cost of living. Are we satisfied with that? Pete? Eric?
Yep.
Jason?
Yeah.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Okay, very well. Let's move on. Town clerk has been done. What's the next one in the line here?
Finance.
Finance on the next page, page 8.
It's on page 8. So the finance budget for 2022 was $218,724. The budget for 2023 is $236,968, an increase of $18,244 or 8.3%. And there are increases throughout this budget due to the cost of the services going up. I had to cut the postage more than we wanted, but the budget was just getting so high here.
Okay, so let's do the 0105 line item for 3% increase, please. Can you do that calculation? We doing the 3%?
Yes, I'm going to
Okay.
go through and pull something out. I reorganized these jobs so that we can keep people by giving promotional opportunities in them and putting each financial clerk in charge of one of the areas. So this has more money built into it to have reasonable rates to keep people. So I've got to just quickly figure this out.
So you're saying it's not as simple as taking that 94?
No, it's not as simple as taking it, because I went through and changed the pay rates based upon what I found on the different sites that we went to in other towns, and then built in promotional opportunities.
Well, she's doing that, Mike. Can we
Yep.
go to assessing?
Yep, that's what, actually assessing is, oh, there it is, okay. Yep. So Catherine, if you want to do that calculation, we'll look at the assessing
Okay.
section,
Thank you.
counting 01-25.
Now, is the reval figured in here anywhere?
No, that
No,
would
that's
be,
under
it'll be an
capital.
additional item,
okay.
so it'll be in the additionals.
So that
This is just straightforward.
reval is going to be above and beyond what this is.
Right.
Correct,
yeah.
yes, because that's an additional project.
It's like a capital thing, additional, whatever.
Okay. So we really have no play or wiggle room with this number?
Well, I like so.
Unfortunately, no, and the
Okay.
trio was built in at a 10% increase because we expect it will be that. And the assessing maps must be done this year.
Yep, okay. So I have no issues with what we're looking at on this. Pete?
Assessing's good.
Eric?
All set.
Jason?
Good.
Lindsay?
All set.
Okay, very good. Check mark for assessing. Let's move on. Next one will be legal on page 10. This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Yes,
21,000?
I left that the same, 21,000.
Is that reasonable?
It depends on what goes on during the year. We used to have, monies left over.
Okay.
But then we had some difficult years.
Do we have an
So-
actual on that one?
We do have an actual under tab 8.
Year-to-date net is 14,341 as of August.
You just never know.
It's
that loss
the
is-
So we're looking at, in 4 months, $7,000 to cover the difference.
It's right on target, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But will we go into court more often next year with all
That
this
would be
building?
under the CEO.
It's in the CEO budget.
That would be under the CEO budget, 'cause that's where we're looking to get some court
But it
action.
utilizes legal.
I was going to say use.
Well, it doesn't utilize the town attorney. I mean, if we have the CEO who knows what he's doing, he or she's doing, then the CEO would be, so much to file this, so much for that, and if we do need the attorney's services, then that should be built in representation at a hearing and whatnot. Of course, it's going to be probably this odd one that comes up. I'm sure if we push it, it's going to come up. Several have to come up. But that would normally be, as we discussed before, under the CEO budget.
All right, I just know I utilize it.
Yep.
Even Al will utilize.
Yeah.
He will, under the
Town
code,
attorney.
under the code budget, but under the code budget, we may want to increase that one.
Okay, all right. No, that's good.
So we don't really know. We anticipate we're going to have issues.
Right.
We hope we don't have to, but we know there are going to be actions we have to take. We don't really know how much it's going to be.
I think
No
we
idea.
will on one, yeah.
You know what it costs?
So-
$500 to file this, to file. I don't know.
It stays the same,
So comp 0130.
assuming their rates don't increase? Like the town attorney legal?
It is increasing, I built that in there.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you said it stayed the same from last year.
The budget
I
from
did
last year
do
was
that.
21,000.
Yeah.
And it's 21,000 this year.
But you said
Remember,
this.
we had the lawsuit built in there, so the insurance company paid for $5,000 for the road.
So 21,000 was based on actual work that had to be done. This 21,000 is the baseline plus the increase that they're going to be asking for.
Yeah.
So it just happens to be the same number.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I think it ended up being like $100 over, I just left it. I
Okay.
have the figures for the finance department.
All right.
Are we good with legal then?
We all set with it, Pete? You good with that?
Yeah, I'm-
Eric?
Yep.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay?
I'd like to say yes, but my question, I guess, is around hour. It looks like these are all based in units of hours and measure under 0130, page 10. So we're saying it's 21,000, which has a built-in increase over a baseline, but I see hours that are different under every figure. So I guess I'd like to say, yeah, I'm good, but I don't understand the math, so maybe I need to talk about that at the next meeting. We don't need to belabor it tonight, but I don't understand the math. So, Catherine, maybe you can
I'll write
help
it.
me get there next week.
Yeah, I'll write up a little explanation.
Okay, thank you.
So for 0120,
Okay, so 0130 we'll revisit next time. Let's make a note, if you would, Kathy, when you make the next agenda. We'll add that on there. Okay, I'm sorry, let's go back to 0120. You got numbers for that?
yeah, so I made it a 3%. So the 0105 should be 90,020.
90,020, 020.
Yes, 90,020.
Okay.
The bottom line would be 232,348.
348. Okay, Lindsay, did you hear that? 0105 on account 0120 Finance Department changes from 94,640 down to 90,020. That's the 3% as compared to the 5. Bottom line is now 232,348.
Okay, thank you.
So you all set with that?
Yep, got it.
Pete?
Yep.
Eric?
Yep.
Jason?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, Finance Department, we are set with those changes. Assessing, we have done. We'll have a follow-up on legal. The next one.
I got a question before we move on.
Yep, sure.
Does the total wage impact FICA?
Yes, but I'm going to take care of this because we used to put these in a separate account, just leave everything the same. Then I had to go back and change everything. So it seemed easier that we would put the increase in the budget, so we started doing that. But yes, each of these will impact the FICA, but I will figure that all out for the final budget.
It'll be recalculated.
Yes.
So the number, let's say, for example, the number is not going to be actually 232, 348. It might be slightly less than that.
Correct.
So does this document live in an Excel spreadsheet?
It's in the Trio Pro. This one is in the Excel, yes. It'll calculate it out.
Can we, is there any way that we can get the Excel so we can have a working document that we can...
Now, tonight, or in the future?
Like in the future.
I don't know why you want it. I
It's a lot easier when you plug the numbers in. It does the math for you, and then you can keep it all straight. It's all in tabs. It's just a lot more organized than what I got going on here.
Well,
But-
what I'm going to do is mark up a budget for us and then go forward with the 3%, leaving
Okay.
the 8% so that it's easier and we don't have to do any calculations.
Okay.
Electronically is much easier.
Yep. Especially in Excel, it does everything for you.
Right.
Okay, so let's move on to page 12, please. Elections, count 01-35. That's,
So elections came in at 0 simply because they haven't spent all the money in the last year. I did do some calculations with the minimum wage going up. I think it will be fine.
that's no different as to the type of election.
Yeah, it depends on how many you have,
Yep.
the hours of the election. This will be a big one, so we'll use up, even though we have money left, we'll use everything up this time.
All right, I'm all set with it. Pete?
So it's enough then?
Yeah.
It's a 0% increase. Excuse me.
Okay.
So we've used 19% of the budget year to date, but with the big election coming up,
Oh, yeah.
we'll burn the rest of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we definitely will use it.
Okay.
All set, Pete?
Yep.
Jason? Eric?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Okay, very well. Elections are done. Let's move on to what's next.
Municipal building.
We have municipal building, page 13.
So municipal building is quite impacted here. The formal budget in 2022 is $50,294. The projected budget is $61,744, an increase of 22.8%.
22.8.
And the increases are throughout it, but the major increases in the heating. If you look at the lines, we're already expended.
Okay. 18,758. So what's the telephones, all town offices, what do you mean by that?
That would be all, including, like, the building inspector used to have it in his. That seemed
Okay.
ridiculous, so I put it in, so it's all the
Okay.
town offices.
Gotcha, okay, all right. So, any changes on the contractual sections, 2505, like
Yes, I
janitorial,
went through and
sprinkler?
put in the amounts and made the estimates based upon the prior year's estimates and calls to the companies. So yes, there were changes. Unfortunately, we're starting to have elevator issues, so I've already spent the money for the elevator that's in the current budget.
That sounds like something that needs to be dealt with for the 2025 budget.
Yeah, I've got that listed on the budget.
Oh, that was weird how that worked out, huh?
We're fortunate, the building was well built.
So the contractual, the numbers, how did we look for last year on this? I mean, were all the numbers good and clean, or were they all over the place
They
here?
were all over the place. It depends on what needs to be done and what
Okay.
happens. It may be the roof, or the next year it might be the
Right.
boiler that needs item, the next year
Yeah,
it's...
well, that would be the maintenance. So what, for the contractual part of it, was there anything that was really out in left field? I mean, we're covered on most of this.
Yes, you are, and we do have the reserve account that we're putting a little money
Okay.
in. We pretty much take it out every couple of years because something needs to be addressed. But we do have the municipal building reserve account in case there are major issues.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that is definable. Like janitorial service, we know that. The elevator, fire extinguishers, boiler certificate, boiler inspection, we know that. So, other than the heating, you said, and electricity. Those are the big ones. Yeah, I'm all set with that. I really don't know where we can cut.
Well, I mean, a lot of these, we're only at like 10% used for the year.
That's because you don't have all the bills yet.
Well, we should have them through July.
Not from all the companies. The billing runs very late,
Okay.
which is a problem at the end of the year.
And this is probably one of the more definable sections.
Yeah.
This is one, unless there's some major mechanical issue like with the elevator or whatnot, or the roof, there's certainly no surprises with this,
Right.
you know.
Does this cover the building at Hathorn and stuff like that?
No, that would be buildings and grounds,
Okay.
or wrap, depending on which building it is.
What about a backup generator? Was that under this one? Has that ever been taken care of?
We're still working on that. Bernard is still working on it, and there is a grant that we've defined, so when I have a little bit more time, I'm going to apply for it still.
Yeah, that's been working on since before I came to the council.
I know.
It's
Oh, well-
4 years better.
It
So,
is-
Was the
it's a
same
project
backup
that's been-
generator that was bad?
It's been a project that's passed around between departments, between safety, which was Donnie, and Bernard.
So what department does it lie within?
I think it goes under.
Is it a fire department issue?
The fire chief was in charge of it,
Well, there
yeah.
you go.
But didn't it go under the municipal building? I remembered it being under.
Makes sense that the generator would be under the building.
I remembered it being under the municipal building.
The fire-
It is, however, Bernard had been given, as a fire chief, had been given that
And
responsibility.
he's been in charge of the generator because he's knowledgeable about it.
Well, have them get on it.
My point exactly.
Told them to do it, do it. Move on.
Yep.
Yeah, but that'll increase this budget, right?
Well, no,
Or the fire department, right?
I mean, that's something that really needs to happen. It's been years. I would think.
they did work on the current one downstairs, but yes, it does need to be done. But I did find a grant opportunity. I just need to have time to apply for it, which would pay for 50% of it.
It's not that we're dead in the water.
Oh, no.
We're leaking.
Well, we don't want to be either.
This
It's been
would be
40
a good-
years since
I know. I remember having this discussion too. That was
that was before
2018 when last time I was on here.
Well, that's why I remember I was in the audience.
Yeah.
I didn't-
That's right. You were. Right back
That was
there.
right that cool.
You and Donnie Holland back.
So once we get past the budget in January, February, I can apply for the grant.
But then we can't budget for it.
For the grant.
You can budget for 50% of it with the grant.
Well,
We do have some monies that we could draw on
All right.
in the municipal building reserve.
He'll take it from the rec department.
Nope.
Can't wait to get the wreck.
All right, I'm all set with this. Pete, how are you with this?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good? Eric?
Yeah.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Very good. Municipal building is approved. Let's move on. Next one will be the community and economic development on page 14.
So community and economic development in 2020 was $108,130. For 2023, I listed it as $100,449, a decrease of $7,681, or 7.1% decrease.
Okay, so what person is this? Where is this money coming from, going to? I'm not completely,
Yeah, so-
I'm ignorant on this, Mike. I'll
Yeah,
admit.
so in trying to address the overall budgeting, instead of putting a whole position, and I put in for the grant administrator, in the virtual assistant that people have talked about. We can list this as another position if we want to, but I tried to address where we're going.
Right, understood. Yep.
I might be missing something here, but I don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, okay, in general, in discussions that have been going on, we're looking at a grant administrator for half the
Oh,
year.
okay.
So I tried to get at least a line there, and some funding placeholder, but we're not totally sure.
Right. You understand, Lindsay?
I sure do. Never
Okay.
mind. Gotcha.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but how was it? How did it have 108 grand in 2020? I mean 2022.
Because it had a position in there.
It did.
And only burnt 32% of that.
What position is that?
Excuse
That
me.
was the administrative assistant. So I put the work one to the finance department and moved it over there.
This is being proactive in anticipation.
No, I'm not talking about next year. I'm talking about this year.
No, understood. But as she mentioned, it was titled another position. So to maintain the placeholder, I guess, if you will.
Yeah,
with,
placeholder.
with minimal, if any, impact. Right?
Correct.
So for now, because this will depend on a revisitation in the near future, I would say we would keep this as is and revisit as needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep.
Lindsay, you good with that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Very good. Jason, you good?
Yeah.
Eric?
Yep.
Pete?
Yeah.
All right, very well. Check mark for that one. Let's move on. Next one, what do we have on the list here?
We have
Insurances.
Which are on page 15 and then detail after that. So insurances
Oh, my.
in 2022 was $69,861. In 2023, $75,966, an increase of $6,105 or 8.7%. We have the set price for half of the commercial insurance policy. The other half, which will come in with the policy that runs on the fiscal year, not the town's calendar year, I put in as a 7% increase based upon what took place this year.
So
And we
is this-
hadn't had increases for years, so that was good.
Is this insurance through the MMA?
This is insurance through the commercial sector, so it's through United Insurance. We're not with MMA.
Okay.
It's a higher quality insurance and easier to use, but very expensive. So we're in the commercial insurance area.
So you just said it's very expensive. It's a higher quality, very expensive.
Yeah.
What I'm sure we have done something. What have we done to compare? What do we have for market options?
Well, the market for insurance doesn't have many companies, so we're with United Insurance bids out to the few companies that cover municipalities in Maine. And so
Yeah.
they'll bid it out, and right now we're with Glatfelder, which covers all the commercial policies, business, auto, property coverage, inland marine for the items that move around, crime policy, general liability, law enforcement, public officials, liability. The fine arts coverage is separate through another company because Glatfelder doesn't have that, and the others didn't have that before. The airport liability policy is with an airport liability company because most of the regular companies that cover municipalities don't cover airports. The firefighters policy is through a separate entity.
So can you clarify this for me? So we've got the 4 line items up top,
Yes.
and underneath you have 2022 to 2023 all commercial. So, but you're showing 82,993. How does that compare to the commercial up above, or does it? I'm not following what we're looking at here.
Okay, I went down through, we have the figures for 2022 to 2023, so our policy starts on July 1st. So we have the figures that go through June 30th, 2023. So I break it down, and then I break down the costs that is attributed to the water department and the sewer department and Manson Park, because although they're separate, they are on the town's policy because it's a town. And so that gives me the amount, the total for general insurance at the bottom of that little block is $67,919. So that's for the fiscal year. We need the calendar year. So half of that goes straight up to 3505, and the other half gets multiplied by 1.07. Because it will be an increase now.
7%.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's this fine arts coverage?
Yes, that's the coverage for all the collectibles in the historical archives at the depot and the storage facility.
So what's the total value that is insured for? Do we know?
I do, but I don't have that here. You can only insure it. I was fortunate, when I got here, it wasn't insured, and I submitted a list to the best of our ability, and it was accepted, because now they won't accept any lists unless you have a full appraisal. So luckily we got it in back when they didn't require that. It was grandfathered.
That was pretty cheap for Pittsfield Picasso.
Yes.
All right. I'm all set with it. Anything from council?
No.
Lindsay, you all set?
Yeah, I just to echo what you said earlier about insurances and how often that we put this out to bid. Catherine, is that even something we do or no?
It gets put out to bid from the United Insurance Company. They submit. I do a proposal form and fill out all the information, and they send it out to all of the municipal insurers. And then the one that has the best price that covers that bids is chosen.
It's like an independent insurance agent.
Was that done?
That's done every year.
Okay, that's it. Sorry. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm good with it.
All right. Pete?
Good.
Jason?
Yep.
Eric? Yep. Excellent. Boy, we're making progress now, folks. Insurance is done and good. Next section will be codes and building inspection. Well,
Yes.
we did the municipal building already, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay.
So code enforcement,
Page 21.
correct.
Yeah.
For 2022 was $63,951. For 2023, $66,589, an increase of $2,638 or 4.1%, based upon the 5% cost of living.
So this is the
Current situation,
CEO.
yes, the 24 hours a week.
Okay, so now where are we looking? Do we have, and pardon my ignorance, I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Do we have our proposed increase for full time and effort we were going to put into budget for lawsuits?
So that will be with the additionals.
Okay.
So I have all those that we're a few more that we're working on. So you'll have those in your package next week for the 11-1 meeting. So you have that.
Gotcha.
We'll put it in your book.
So right now, this is the base.
The current 3 days a week that is provided, except that right now we have our alternate covering for less.
Okay, so if we have right now in our budget 24 hours a week, and we were considering more than that, if not a full-time position,
Correct.
plus war chest of some type to do court action if needed. So if we accept this as is, we find out that the total amount for that department is going to be $100,000. Let's say $100,000 just for argument's sake. So the additional would be for an additional 44 or 34 and some change,
Yes.
and you see what I'm trying to get at here?
No.
So right now we have for the CEO the way it's based right now.
Yeah, 24
hours
hours.
a week plus all residuals that are included with that, the travel and expenses and all that stuff that's added. The additional is going to be what we anticipate to add to it to bring that CEO department to the level that we have been talking about. Full-time, 36 to 40 hours, plus the legal war chest to go file papers or go to court. that more travel time.
Oh,
Or,
benefits.
serving papers, subpoenas, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this is just gonna get tabled for now.
Well, actually, we can act on this because this exists the way the town is right now. This is the budget for where the town is right now. Because right now we have Al Tempesta that's working 24 hours a week for us.
Well,
Because that other guy is no longer here.
well, he's not. No.
Well, he's working less. He's working as much as he can.
Right.
With his other 5 positions.
Right. So this budget theoretically covers the way the town is right now.
Right. So change it to
Given understood it's not the 24 hours, I get that.
So change it to a 3% versus a 5%.
Correct.
Move on.
And then the additional would be what we as the council had talked about before, about beefing it up and put teeth into the CEO. And that'll come as an additional for the next meeting, the November 1st.
Okay.
So if we take that, can you do the calculation, Catherine, please?
All right, so
So that 42 was at 5%, right?
that would be at the 5%.
Okay, so let's do the calculation there and get the bottom line, then we'll move on.
All right, so it was 39,654. So we would multiply by 3%.
40,844. 40,844.
844.
That's a difference of 1,150.
1,156.
If my math off the top of my head's right. That's debatable.
66589. These numbers are going to change slightly due to FICA.
55.
So the bottom line would change to 65,433.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you double check?
Yep.
That's
65,433.
That's,
I'm saying one thing, I'm writing another.
yep.
It's because it's 1040.
That's right. 1040 blues. Okay, so account
40 minutes.
0160, 0115 line, changed from 42,000 to 40,844. That's the 5% down to 3% cost of living. Bottom line changed from 66,589 to 65,433. That's the status as of now. This will be talked about as an additional item in the next meeting. So that's reflective of where we are right now with the code enforcement in this town. I'm all set with it. Pete, you good?
Yep.
Eric?
Yep.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Very good. Thank you all very much. Let's move on. Next one is going to be
The airport.
Airport on page 33.
33.
So page 33, the airport for 2022 was 26,838. For 2023, listed as 26,730, a decrease of $108 or 0.4%.
A decrease?
Yes. I tried to have a few in the budget.
Well, that was
I know you
good.
wanted them. So we actually were able to decrease this because there's no more, one of the items here is no longer, so our bill is less. And this budget is based upon certain items we have to do, but in the contractual, we have the snow removal, so that's based upon actual cost last year. The mowing is the actual cost of this year.
All
And
right.
then the other items are just estimates based upon the work that we do.
Diesel fuel's going to be good.
Yes, I went through and calculated that.
Okay.
Based upon the current situation.
And still a decrease. Good.
How can that be?
The decrease,
Diesel fuel is
the decrease was greater,
diesel fuel is over
greater than
$5
the
a
fuel
gallon.
increase.
It's over it's over $5 a gallon. It's like $5. I don't know what it was the last time I got it, but it's
Yeah.
up significantly. Like,
The line item that was taken out is greater than the change in the cost of fuel, apparently.
Yeah, although the fuel costs have gone up, the town's rate is less than what we pay, what we all pay.
yeah.
It actually was quite reasonable in the last time we got it,
You have
surprisingly.
the airport then?
I'm good with it, Pete.
I'm good.
Eric?
Yep.
Jason?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Beautiful. Let's move on. Airport has been done. What do we have next on the list?
General assistance,
General
page
assistance.
37.
37.
Yep.
General assistance.
So
Page
general,
37.
general assistance is a 0% increase. It remained at 15,130. There is a 50% reimbursement based upon this in the revenues. Although it's been quiet, things are heating up here. And people need heat.
So will this number be reasonable for this
Yes.
budget? It is?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have a separate heating account that we get donations
Okay.
to the
Right.
churches.
That's not part of this, or it is?
Correct, it's separate.
Separate, okay,
For
gotcha.
the senior
Yep.
citizens.
Right.
So for January, February, March, April, we spent $1,000. We used 6% of that budget.
Through the months that have told us, so we will have November and December, but it sounds like that's getting high.
Yep.
Well, the cost of fuel back then is probably at least 30% cheaper.
Yeah, Michael, if you heated for those 4 months and you spent $1,000,
Well, I know.
like the math doesn't. I'm not saying I don't know what it means to cut that budget. Like that probably looks terrible, but I'm just saying if we use what we traditionally have used.
I'll double check it, but I went through the actuals with all of the expenditures and did the math, but I can double check it.
Yeah, I mean, you could cut it in half and you still wouldn't even come close.
Well, I'd be leery about doing anything like that, given with what we have coming up. Because the comment was made during the meeting, it's gonna be a tough winter, and that's...
It was
that's
pretty tough last winter.
I know it's gonna be
This
tougher
time
this
is true.
time.
Well, I realize that, but you
Tougher
I know, but what I'm saying, even if it's the
10%.
same as last year,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be easy, and...
it's not going to be 200 times greater than it was last. I mean, we're
No, but I'm,
Yeah,
we're talking a $15,000 budget has not increased from last year for general assistance, based on a budget for the town over $4 to $5 million. I'd say we leave it, move on, given what this can mean to somebody.
I think that's a.
I'd say we cut it in half if it's reasonable and take that money and use it for something like a raise for somebody. I don't know, I just say if we're not using it, don't use it as a placeholder, put it to good use somewhere else, but that's my 2 cents.
I agree.
So we have been told by the state that we have to budget for our size town, so we've been budgeting for it. We haven't used it the last couple of years, but I anticipate we're going to use more this year coming up.
So we have a legal obligation to maintain this level.
Yeah, I can double check to see what the figure should be. We
Let's-
just started
let's-
using the same.
Let's put a pin in that one, please. It's not a lot of money, but it's a valid question that's been raised.
If you were talking about someone's wage, it would be a lot of money, right? And that's
Yeah. No, you're right. But, if this was for,
I agree, Mike.
for the fire department, that's one thing, but we're talking general assistance.
If this money gets used,
Yep.
or it all gets used, I would say we increase the budget. I guess that's what I'm saying, but we don't even touch it. So take it out or cut it in half, whatever you want, or thin it.
We gotta get-
Right, but this is an odd one because there are state mandates for towns of certain sizes need to maintain some kind of assistance for the
Right.
citizens.
So
we may not have a lot of wiggle room, if any.
And that's fine if that's the case.
In that case, but no, like I said, it's a valid question because honestly, I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
Okay.
I know, surprising. So we're gonna put the general assistance onto the next meeting. Catherine, if you could do a little research for us. I know your list is growing.
That's okay.
So that was, did we,
I don't know what.
we already did finance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the last one is, what was the last one? Unclassified expenditures.
Municipal unclassified.
Where is that?
Where's
All
that?
right, so that is right, turning the page here to page 38.
That's why I couldn't find it, it's unclassified.
Set up differently.
Oh, I see. Holy shit.
So this has a variety of different items. The one I don't like, the public fire protection, but that is required by the PUC. And if we have another water rate increase, it will go up again. So this has the match for the retirement. It has the contingency fund in case there's an emergency. Usually it's not, hopefully not used. It used to be used up before I got here, but it is good to have something for things that come up. This is where I put the holding account for if we're going to do additional pay increases, or we also have the negotiations for the police department that will be coming up, and so we don't know what those increases will be, but I do believe it would be substantial. And we, as a negotiation issue, don't put those into the budget, police budget, until we know what they are. And
So that line item kind of calls us kind of a slush fund, if you will, a rainy day fund.
It's where it will get divvied out into the accounts if it needs to be.
Right. So what's this?
Or cut.
Okay. Contingency, I'm not sure about that. The public fire protection.
Yes.
What is that covering? I mean, is that above and beyond us maintaining a fire department?
This is the amount by the calculations that were done with all of our associates when we had the water rate increase. And so we have to, based upon the number of hydrants and the cost and the formulas, have to budget this figure.
So, but what is it used for, though? I mean, what does it cover?
The public fire protection cost for the use of the hydrants.
So $184,000 for a 12-month year
for the use of the hydrants.
to install, maintain fire hydrants.
To be able to use them and put water through them.
Who gets that money?
Well, it's an item that's required by the PUC for when the water rates are calculated. So it's always been in the budget, but when the rate was low, it was a small figure. So in the revenue part of the budget, the town actually pays it to itself, and it goes into the water revenues. It's a requirement of the state.
Huh.
We pay ourselves
Yes,
to use our hydrants.
correct. It's a crazy thing, but it is a requirement.
We're a great town anyway.
Whew. Wrap your head around that.
Oh, they got Ken at this hour.
It sounds cool. It's just an accounting thing. I get
know.
it.
pretty
It
intense.
is an accounting requirement.
Yeah.
What about the $9,000 in safety program? That was always zero.
Yes, the safety program was mixed into the transfer station and the codes enforcement budget. And then slowly over time, we didn't, we haven't, since COVID, done a real safety program. So I put some funding in so that we can start having the trainings and the additional trainings that we should have in morale boosters and safety items. So it's just a guess based upon looking at the cost of the different courses and the trainings and things.
Okay. So is that a real number, or that would be all departments? And I assume it was in the
It would be all.
transfer station because that's where Donnie was.
Part of it was in there, yes.
That's what you said, but it's because Donnie was in there, because it wouldn't make sense to have a safety program, half of it out of the recycle department.
No,
I mean, the transfer station.
Yeah, it just got added in over the years when we started having a safety coordinator. And there was an amount that was in the codes budget. It was just something that the town council talked about where it should go, where it just ended up in there and got phased out over time. So in order to bring back the safety program, because now we're able to meet and do things and everything, I put some funding in here based upon looking at different courses or bringing trainers in. So it's a guesstimate based upon getting some quotes.
So let me ask you a simple question. I don't want to negate safety and all that, but is this necessary?
No, we could, not do anything and just do the basic Bureau of Labor trainings. That's true.
I mean, what? Go ahead, Lindsay.
I was just, along the safety program, program lines, I know there's lots of different, sort of like you can pay for licenses and you can access like basically online learning module systems for like unlimited users. So that number seems like a little bit high to me. If we don't have a pre-planned safety program, I'd be more inclined to like have someone propose a safety program for 2023 and let us know what those trainings are going to be and who's going to be trained and to what degree, and then approve that versus just throwing $9,000 into a lump sum without a plan. You know what I'm saying?
It has a plan, but it's very simplistic, based upon quotations. So
Right,
yes,
and that's saying that those costs associated with each line item.
I'm just concerned what we're gonna gain out of this extra $9,000 if it's not absolutely necessary. As Catherine said, there are the basic safety training that the employees take now. I mean, is that $9,000 a wise investment? I mean, I ask rhetorically.
yeah, I had to do the budget quickly, because I had to spend time on
I'd say we pick it up.
everything had to be done all at once. So I don't have a formal proposal, but I did want to put a placeholder in here. It likely could be a different figure.
I'm wondering if we just take that right out in for 2024. I mean, if there are, I mean, as you had mentioned, Lindsay, it's a good suggestion to have somebody come in and propose something and then budget to that.
Right.
You know, because the fellows in the fire department or the transfer station or public works, they may need different types of training or different specific areas than you know, the police officers or the ladies in the office.
Well, they take
You know.
their own training.
So I mean, if that $9,000 is not going to make the town or its employees less safe than they are now, if it's just an enhancement for a generic overall, maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll do that, I just soon take that $9,000 out. I can sell that a lot better than keeping it in there and not explaining exactly what it's about. Not being able to, I mean.
Remove it. And then we pull it out. And then I think, what is 50 account 5051, the holding account? What is that?
That is the account in case you needed additional pay increases, and deals with the police officers with whatever the additional benefits, if there are going to be some, an additional pay, and if there's going to be longevity or retainage bonuses. So we don't guess and put that in the budget, because then everybody negotiates to the budget. So it's put in here with the other items.
So like the other line items, let's say the position in the library where that budget wasn't used, if this isn't used fully, will this be put into the general fund and allocated by the council, like the other departments?
That would be correct. And,
Okay.
and by the time we get to December, I mean, we should have a better idea of what will be going on with the police.
What's the science behind that number? I mean, it looks calculated to me, 69,494. Where does that math come from?
It's several items, but I had to go through and calculate out what, based upon what was going on in other towns, what might happen with the police department.
Does that $15,000 bonus come out of that?
what I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
those are in there too.
So how many $15,000 bonuses did you figure in there? 4 and then some other stuff? Or
Well, we're 2 shy plus the chief. So I imagine there'd be 2 in there.
I had two, yeah. I'm being discreet about this because everybody watches and then says, oh wow, let's negotiate for this. So,
Yeah.
and this will be an account that would be revised at the end anyway. We'll have a better idea.
So I would say line 1558, we take that $9,000 out, take it off the bottom line, and call that this account.
Well, what's the retirement match account?
Yes, for the main purse, which is the former Maine State Retirement System, there was a requirement for 8% match to the salary of the employees that sign up.
So that's 61,406. Is that based on
It's based upon the pay, so
So that could change
it's a
because
little-
we just changed.
it's a little light. The budget just kept getting bigger and bigger, so I left it for this amount at this time, knowing that we were going to go back and look at the salaries and other items.
Okay.
And I'll have a better idea of what the payroll will be for the impact too. In a couple of months.
So still a little bit in flux.
We had a big change with almost every employee coming in signed up for Maine PERS, so we had a big jump in the cost of this, as you can see over the years here.
Right.
But it's a requirement, we're in the program, so if people sign up for it, we have to pay them out.
We're down to 333, 385.
385, yep.
Yeah.
So the only two increases were that 69,494 and that 9,000. So if we take out that 9,000 from 2022 to the proposed 2023 is 69,494.
Right. Which we may revisit.
Correct, well, we would anyway.
Right.
We'll have a better idea.
Yeah. Okay.
And that would be like an unused part of the budget that would go, it's budgeted, it will go into the fund. And then as the council, we would revisit that as well and see if these extra from this account to that account or pay down taxes, whatever. So proposal being on the unclassified expenditures for 2023, account 3505, line item 50-58 would be removed to zero. The bottom line will change from 342 to 385 down to 333, 385. An increase from last year of $69,494. How's that sound, Pete?
Good for now.
Lindsay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Jason?
Yep.
Eric?
Good for now.
Perfect. GFN, he says.
That's it.
All right, so that takes care of all of them, right?
Some of them. Yeah.
Well, all of them on the docket for this evening.
Besides the big ones.
They've all been addressed, let's put it that way.
Yep.
Some to be revisited. You've got those noted, Catherine?
I do, yes, and there'll be workshop notes.
Okay, excellent. So since we are in an official meeting, we need to call for a closing. Any thoughts, comments while we're all here? Pete, anything you want to add?
Nope.
Lindsay?
No, I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for dialing in. That's diligence. I like that. Eric?
All set.
Jason?
I'm good.
I am happy too. Let's call it a night, folks. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. The time flew right by. It's
All right, Lindsay. Thank you.
11 o'clock.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's early.
You failed by now, I'm like.
I know. Well, actually, I really root for 11. Daylight savings and all, right? That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Feel like shit. Look like shit.
Get the books up here if you guys haven't signed them yet.